All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the afternoon of November 16th. And I'd like to start out by, Tony, we have some people that are going to be joining us remotely.
I know Councilmember Carrasco will be joining us remotely. I haven't heard anybody else will, although Peralez is in both locations.
Oh. So, all right, so we're gonna start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able, please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Today's invocation will be provided by the Reverend Shelley Booth Denny, the rector of the Episcopal Church of Almaden, and Councilmember Mahan will do the introduction.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Reverend Shelley Booth Denny has been the rector of the Episcopal Church in Almaden for 6 years. Previously, she led a congregation in Lake Arrowhead, California for 7 years. The Episcopal Church in Almaden was a founding member of the Village House Shelter Program for homeless women, as well as the Silicon Valley Sponsoring Committee, a community organizing group associated with the Industrial Areas Foundation. For 30 years, the Episcopal Church in Almaden cooked and served hundreds of meals per month for Home First and Life Moves homeless shelters. They have sponsored the educations of a score of South Sudanese children exiled in Kenya. Additionally, they have served poor residents of our county with members of the Jewish and Muslim faith through the Abrahamic Alliance. Currently, the Episcopal Church in Almaden, along with their sister church, the Congregational Church of Almaden Valley, are working toward partnering with nonprofit organizations to better serve their neighbors in Almaden. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mahan. I appreciate your asking me to give the invocation today. It's an honor and a pleasure, and I want to thank all of you on the City Council for the hard work that you do for all of the people of the City of San Jose. Thank you. Please assume an attitude of reverence. Gracious and loving Divine Spirit, we give you thanks for the privilege and responsibility of being leaders. We give you thanks for the diversity of gifts, skills, and passions that you have bestowed, weaving this body in unity. We give you thanks for the good work they have before them. With your Spirit, endue this council with wisdom and goodwill, with patience and listening hearts and minds, with a desire to work together for the good of all people in this city. We acknowledge the complicated challenges that lie before the council: redistricting, housing, transportation, economic justice, crime, resource management, and more. We understand these issues are difficult and often divisive, and so we ask your strength to uphold each council member, that they may work with both confidence and humility, and remember that the good of the whole is the key for all to thrive. May their conflicts resolve in harmony, and may they always treat one another and their constituents with respect. We pray in all your holy names. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. We have a couple of ceremonial items, so I'm going to ask Councilmember Peralez to join me at the podium on behalf of Councilmember Esparza as we recognize and commend the Lauron Food Pantry.
All right, I know we have a number of members from the food pantry here. I welcome you to come on down and join us up here at the front. Thank you very much. As they join us, I will begin. So today, I'm honored to present a commendation to the volunteers of the Leiron Food Pantry on behalf of my colleague, Councilmember Esparza, who is unfortunately out sick today and deeply regrets that she could not be here to present this commendation herself. And I do believe we have a photo to share of Councilmember Esparza with the Food Pantry volunteers. It's up behind me. Perfect. Thank you. The Leiron Food Pantry began 10 years ago as the first food distribution serving the Seven Trees community. What is truly remarkable and amazing about this organization is that it is volunteer-run and volunteer-led. This is a community-driven labor of love. I want to be able to give a shout out to Lilia Gaspar for her leadership and steadfast commitment to the food pantry, and Marisol Barahona of the Leiron FRC, which has been a critical partner in all of their work. The Seven Trees community was a high-need community long before the pandemic, but the need skyrocketed this past year and a half, and the food distribution pivoted from serving 250 families a month to serving 500 families per month since March of 2020, doubling their capacity. This has only been possible because of the incredible dedication of the volunteers. We know that unfortunately, many of them could not be here with us today, given that we're in the middle of a weekday, but they are at the Seven Trees Food Pantry every single month. And we did actually get quite a number here, so thank you for being here with us too. I really want to highlight the importance of volunteering, especially as we enter the holiday season, and remind folks that for so many families, especially those communities that have been hit the hardest, the effects of this pandemic are very far from over. I encourage anyone here or listening in, if you are looking for somewhere to volunteer, go to siliconvalleystrong.org and sign up to volunteer. It's quick, it's easy, and there is so much need for volunteers in our communities right now. And again, that is siliconvalleystrong.org. Thank you again to Lilia, Marisol, and all the volunteers in the Seven Trees community who have made the time and the effort to help out their neighborhoods during this incredibly challenging time. I'm very proud to present this commendation and ask our Vice Mayor to present to the Leiron Food Pantry in recognition of your amazing work for our community. And I will invite up, I believe, Lilia to speak. Or somebody speaking. Marisol, sorry. Go for it. Apologies. You can speak if you want to speak first. Yeah, go for it.
Can I say in Spanish? I would just like to say thank you for everybody that is here. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council Member. But mostly, quiero darle las gracias a todos los voluntarios que están aquí. All these people here give their time and dedication to our community. And if it wasn't for them, we would not be able to serve 500 families a month. So, muchas gracias por todo su trabajo y les dedicamos esta recomendación a todos ustedes y a nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
I'd like to now ask Councilmember Arenas to join me at the podium as we recognize and proclaim United Against Hate Week.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'd like to ask all of my colleagues to come down with me and stand in solidarity against United Against Hate Week, as well as Aki, Sarita, and Vaughn, who are here. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today and recognizing this week, November 14th through the 20th, as United Against Hate Week. United Against Hate Week is a movement, and it's dedicated to empower all of our diverse communities throughout the city of San Jose and beyond to work together against actions of hate that are a dangerous threat to the safety and well-being of our society. COVID-19 pandemic has fueled hate crimes, as you all have seen, hate incidents and hate speech throughout the Bay Area and throughout the United States, particularly against our Asian and Pacific Islander communities. The recent rise in violence is part of a larger history of xenophobia, institutional racism, and discrimination against communities of color. All cities across the U.S., including San Jose, have played a role in systemic and institutional racism, which is why we must actively work towards real racial justice by not only addressing the harms that arose from COVID-19 pandemic, but also addressing the harms tracing back to San Jose's deep history of racism and segregation. For example, last week, the council voted unanimously to remove the Thomas Fallon statue, which was a symbol of hate and pain for our Latino and indigenous communities. This September, the council also voted unanimously to adopt a resolution led by my colleague, Councilmember Perales, formally apologizing to our Chinese community and their descendants for decades of violence discrimination that they faced. In 2020, the council also voted unanimously to adopt a resolution to condemn xenophobia against the Asian Pacific Islander community stemming from the COVID-19 crisis and affirm the well-being and safety of the API community. We must continue to stand against hate by actively working towards combating systemic racism. And tomorrow at 7 p.m., the city's Office of Racial Equity is hosting a virtual conversation, so you could be part of that solution by joining us on this Facebook Live with community members on their lived experiences on the rise of anti-Asian hate crimes, and we'll speak on ways to help build solidarity across communities. I invite the mayor and my council colleagues to share the social media toolkit that was set out earlier by my office. They're wonderful, and they've been here and encouraging a lot of you to do the same on social media. And so Vicky's here, Nancy and Alicia, who do a lot of the behind the scenes, and I'm absolutely grateful for. We have so many community leaders and advocates and organizations that are dedicated to inclusivity, bridging divisions, and healing communities, including Asian Americans for Community Involvement, also known as AKI. Among all of the great work that they do to serve marginalized communities, AKI is a huge advocate for racial equity and justice for our API and people of color and other diverse communities by hosting bystander intervention trainings to stop xenophobic harassment and more. I encourage you to check in with them to see how you could be part of that as well. With that, I'd like to present AKI with this proclamation, and Vice Mayor, if you would be so kind to hand it to them, recognizing this week as United Against Hate Week, and invite Sarita Kohli to say a few words about the amazing work that they do, as well as Vaughn Villaverde, who's here with her. Thank you for reaffirming our commitment to unite against violence.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas and Mayor Ricardo and all the other city council members, Vice Mayor Jones, for enacting this proclamation in support of United Against Hate Week. It is a very tangible manifestation of our community's values and our commitment to protect each other and to care for each other. This proclamation, as Councilmember said, is part of a Bay Area-wide effort this week that asks our many communities and cities to reaffirm their commitment to fighting hate and promoting equity, inclusion, and diversity. AKI is proud to be an active part of these efforts. Locally, we've been working with the API Justice Coalition, reaching out to local jurisdictions to enact similar proclamations while planning community events, trainings, and workshops. San Jose Council, as Councilmember Arenas said, so many times has unanimously voted against hate. And so it was no surprise that when we reached out to Councilmember Arenas' office, she responded with alacrity, and here we are today receiving this proclamation. So thank you so much for that. At a time when commitment to fighting hate and promoting acceptance isn't always guaranteed among our electeds. We are so grateful to this city council and to the men and women who work for this city for your work in advancing these goals. And at Aki, we are proud to do our part by reaching out to our communities, especially those most underserved, and providing healthcare, behavioral health, and wellness services in more than 40 languages to everyone, regardless of their immigration status and regardless of their ability to pay. And we are proud to accept this proclamation on behalf of the communities we serve and in solidarity with all of our partner organizations. And we look forward to our continuing partnerships with the City of San Jose. Thank you.
So I'd like to invite me to come down to the podium and join me for another commendation. I want to invite the Latino Foundation Silicon Valley, Jose Flores, Small Business Development Center Silicon Valley, Dennis King, and I believe Reginald Swilley is here, the Reverend Reginald Swilley from the Minority Business Consortium. I'd like to invite you to come down and join me. Sorry, Jesus Flores. Today we are here to proclaim Small Business Saturday and support the hashtag Shop Local and hashtag Shop Small campaigns. You might not realize it, but every time you pick up a cup of coffee from your local neighborhood cafe or buy a gift from a local artist store, you're shopping at a small and making a big difference for a local business. Historically, Small Business Saturday began in 2010 and was backed by American Express. Since then, it has grown to be a national movement and it has shed light on the significance of supporting our small, independently owned businesses. Small and minority businesses make up almost 97% of all businesses that exist within San Jose. Endorsing Small Business Saturday allows us to demonstrate a commitment to our local communities, create goodwill, and help generate job opportunities. As such, we strongly encourage residents of our city to support small businesses on Saturday, November 27th, and throughout the year for that matter. Today, I've invited organizations that have provided unwavering support and technical assistance by helping them access $27 million in capital throughout the pandemic, inclusive contract opportunities with local agencies, and innovative programs to help our businesses thrive throughout the pandemic. The Small Business Development Center, the Minority Business Consortium, and the Latino Foundation Silicon Valley, who is accepting this proclamation. So I want to invite Jesus Flores to come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesus Flores. I'm Executive Director of the Latino Business Foundation, Silicon Valley. Our organization provides technical support, training, and advocacy to small and very small businesses. I want to say thank you first, Mayor Liccardo, all council members, and also to our council member District 5, Magdalena Carrasco, who's not here today, but and all council members, and especially Vice Mayor Jones for inviting me to accept this proclamation along with other business support organization representatives In San Jose, we have over 62,000 small businesses. Out of those, 19,000 plus are very, very small businesses with less than 9 employees. And those are the ones we are supporting. In East San Jose, for example, 62% of small businesses are women-owned. And out of those 62%, 75% of them are single moms that are the only source of income for their households. So once again, as we know, the pandemic has affected these small businesses tremendously. So the need for support is there. It's essential. Fortunately, in our city, there is a growing small business support ecosystem facilitated by local government initiatives. This ecosystem includes, among others, the Business Owners Space and several other partners, including the Latino Business Foundation. This ecosystem creates tools and empowering resources, especially for local family-owned businesses. I again thank you for this proclamation, and I invite all our residents to continue shopping local and to continue supporting small businesses. Thank you.
If I might add, it's been our pleasure to serve the small businesses of San Jose as well. And I'd like to be able to suggest that if you really want to continue to support the small businesses and support their families and support our community, the best way that you can do that, be a customer. Thank you.
All right, on orders of the day, I understand there's an ad is this from city attorney or from city manager? Okay. I know Vice Mayor Jones would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Kent Greathouse, who served as a voice for residents at the Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park in District 1. And I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Jones to say a few words in just a moment. I understand there's one other ad, is that right?
Yes, a deferral of 10.2.
Okay.
And then we would, the city attorney's office asked that matters 3.5 and 3.6 be heard together, in part because the presentation on the information is in one PowerPoint.
Okay. So I ask to make the motion incorporate all those changes.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. Edward Kent Greathouse passed away peacefully on October 26, 2021, at the age of 83. I knew him as a formidable voice and pillar of strength for the residents of the Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park in District 1. He helped lead a win-win for his community that resulted in the redevelopment of the mobile home park that provided housing for the residents to live out their lives on the site, if that was their desire. Residents of the mobile home park have been offered transitional housing, either on or off-site, as construction proceeds, and they will eventually be able to move into 60 new condominiums at the same rental rates they currently pay. There was a lot of compromise and difficult conversations that took place, and Kent was at the center of all of it. He was the voice for the people who were scared to speak up and were ready to give up. For 6 years, he worked diligently with us to reach an agreement with Pulte, It was heartening to see his efforts lead to something good for his community and the residents of San Jose. He was a teacher by profession and continued to tutor children in his retirement. He was civic-minded and enjoyed helping people. He loved gardening, reading, and drinking red wine. I first met Kent when I was actually campaigning for city council, and it was soon after they had found out or were told that they were going to be closing the park. So obviously there was a lot of fear, there was a lot of apprehension. The residents were scared. And even during the darkest times, Kent was a shining light. I remember his civility, his grace, and his honor through those difficult times, those difficult conversations. He didn't always agree, but he wasn't disagreeable. I remember he and his wife, Ruth, attending many council meetings. They would sit up in the audience, even if the Winchester Ranch was not an item on the agenda. They fell in love with coming to these council meetings and developing a deeper understanding of how the city worked. He leaves behind his wife, Ruth Greathouse, his family, his friends, and his community that is grateful and better due to his dedication and tireless service. And I see that some of his former neighbors and friends, Dave and Joan Johnson, are in the audience. Just want to acknowledge you, Dave and Joan. And I just want to say that Edward Kent Greathouse, rest in peace. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This was an unpleasant surprise. I was happy to see Dave and Joan. I had no idea this was why. So I'm very sad to learn of Kent's passing. I met him about a decade ago, and he and Ruth and Dave and Joan and a small band of residents really stood up at a time when people were so terrified of losing their homes, being pushed out into the street. And I am so grateful for their collective resolve, their courage. And Kent was a wonderful man, so I appreciate your words very much. Okay, on the motion, let's vote.
Peralez?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Crosco? Crosco? Davis?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye. All right, on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have anything to report out of closed session today.
Thank you. On the consent calendar, I'd like to pull one item, which is 2.16, regarding the San Jose Public Library Foundation. If there's anyone here who's able to answer questions, if not, I can take it
Mayor,
offline.
I'm sorry. I believe there were a couple of people who wanted to speak to the changes to the orders of the day.
Okay.
I don't know if we can.
We typically don't hear public comment on orders of the day, but was it with regard to the deferral?
Yes.
Oh, I see. We should hear the public comment then. So do you have cards, Tony?
I have no physical cards. I have one hand up on Zoom, Adam Ascari.
Okay.
He's the developer.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hello, everybody, and I appreciate everybody's time, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all city council members. This is the 6-story hotel that we've been working on it for 20 months now. We're following all the guidelines of Winchester Urban Village. I understand some of the neighbors are not happy about it. We have set up some workshops which again, we still have challenges. Mr. Jones requested that we do another deferral, and this is the second deferral to see we work with the neighbors again. Our initial was that we really, it was hard for us to again keep deferring the projects, but we decided to go along with Mr. Jones' recommendation to go back to the neighbors and see what else can we do to make them pleased, make them happy. And we'd be more than glad to do it again. And we set it up again for voting on January 11th. If there's any developers or anybody that they want to talk about this Winchester Hotel, I urge them to discuss. And but nevertheless, we go along with Mr. Jones' recommendations office to defer this. We have no issue with that, and we're going to wait, and we're going to go back to the neighbors, see if we can please them as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all the.
I'd like to note that Councilmember Crosco messaged me that she could not unmute and would like to register an I vote for orders of the day.
Okay. Let me just say to the gentleman, thank you for your patience. We appreciate your investment in our city and appreciate your willingness to continue working with the community. Would any of my colleagues like to change their votes based on, oh, I'm sorry, you now have 3 more? Okay, let's go to public comment. Thank you.
Tom? Okay, I'm going to move on to Shehana Marakar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Shahara Marika. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make these comments. I live right next door to the proposed hotel project that the Vice Mayor wanted the vote deferred on, and I would like to support the Vice Mayor's recommendation to defer this vote on the rezoning and the special use permit. And especially, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Vice Mayor for his tireless work in supporting us in trying to find a workable solution. So I totally support the Vice Mayor's recommendation to defer this vote to January 11th. Thank you.
David Bowman.
Hi, my name is David Bowman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm Executive Vice President with NewGen Advisory. We're a hotel-oriented firm that represents investors that build hotels throughout California. And, you know, it's difficult, number one, to attract investors to an area. It makes it additionally difficult when things get deferred because the money that people have to invest has competing uses. And to keep them focused on particular projects in certain areas, it can be a challenge. And investors get scared away when things change, when things get deferred. And unfortunately, California has a reputation for that. And that's why so much hotel investment has gone to other areas and other states. So I really encourage the city council to go ahead with this proposal. I think it's good for the area. You know, when developing hotels of a certain size are required by a lot of the better franchises. So six stories is almost the minimum these days. So in the interest of development, in the interest of the area, and moving San Jose forward, I urge the city council to go ahead and move on this without further deferral. Thank you.
We're going to try Tom Mormon again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. This is Gail Mormon here with my husband, Tom, and thank you, Vice Mayor Jones and Mr. Mayor and the City Council members. Tom and I are part of District 1 Hammond Park residents, and we wanted to state that we support Vice Mayor's recommendation to defer the rezoning and proposed project until the January 11th City Council meeting. We look forward to having this extra time to join with our neighbors and the developer to collaborate with the goal of reaching an agreement on the project for this site. We wish to thank Vice Mayor Jones and his staff for their concern and hard work. Thank you.
Brian?
Yes, hi. And that was very touching about Mr. Goodhouse. I appreciated that. He really helped me a lot, all of us. He'll be deeply missed. I wanted to also agree with postponing it until January, until the January meeting to give people more time to meet. It goes to show that more time often does give people a chance to nail down certain areas and it's not so rushed. And once these decisions are made, it's hard to unmake them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to ask if anybody on the council would like to change their vote based on the public input we've heard now on orders of the day. All right, I see nobody stepping forward, so we'll move forward then. And thank you to members of the community who came out to speak. On the consent calendar, I mistitled 2.14 is a grant agreement with San Jose Public Library Foundation. So that would be the item I'd like to pull is 2.14. Are there other items that council members would like to pull? Okay, nobody's jumping up. So I'll just jump in then to item 2.14. I understand that Jenny Choi and Ann Grabowski may be here. And if either of you are willing to answer just a couple quick questions, I'd be very grateful. Maybe, Ann, as you're coming down, I'll throw out one to you. In terms of the role of the Public Library Foundation, I understand they're a fiscal agent, and they're also doing some fundraising. In terms of reporting to the council or the public about the outcomes from programs like San Jose Learns, does that fall in the library, or is that with the Public Library Foundation?
Both. Mr. Mayor, Ann Grabowski, Division Manager for the San Jose Public Library. It falls to both. The Public Library Foundation provides reports to the library, and those reports are reported up to the council through the committee structure. Those reports are also provided directly by the foundation through our Library and Education Commission.
Okay, great. And so we can routinely find those on the committee calendars. Great. And then with regard to the fundraising, I just wanted to understand better. The report says the foundation dispersed a little more than 1.8 million in support of library programs and services. Do you guys, or does the foundation have that broken down into what came from grants, what came from individual donations, what came from governmental agencies? Is that information that we could be provided? I assume you don't have it right now, but offline?
Yes, and I believe that report is provided to the Library Foundation board and as well as the library executive team, so we can certainly take that offline. But my recollection of that report is that it is categorized. Okay, great. We're just thinking about the future of many of these programs and the development that's required to sustain them. I understand this calls for $50,000 allocation for, I assume, a position for someone who'd be doing the fundraising. And I'm just trying to understand, I know we've had challenges hiring. Is that $50,000 essentially to help boost the salary a little so we can try to bring somebody in, or is there a different strategy? Let me follow up with our foundation to get the most accurate answer. That's a reduction to $50,000. In prior years, it was $100,000. And so I'm not sure what the strategy is for how that $50,000 will be used. Somebody knows it, I just don't, so we'll follow up.
All right, well, I'm sorry to throw all these at you at the last minute, but happy to talk offline. Thank you, Ann. Okay, we'll take comments from members of the public as to this and any of the other items on the consent agenda.
Okay, so comments on the consent calendar as a whole. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I wanted to speak on to items on consent calendar, items of the whole. Item 2.10 is about an extension of, you're going to continue these hybrid meetings. And if it's okay, I wanted to quickly comment to speak to overall issues of COVID preparedness. It's my concern, I've been trying to learn how to practice and make it a regular thing to say that mask use can be really important for ourselves through the next few months and holiday time. And I hope that can be respected. And that I'm hoping that, oh yeah, and that, you know, there is always the possibility that, you know, COVID could make a return here in this country. It's doing some weird stuff in Europe right now. It's growing basically in its ways at this time. So we need to be ready. I'm hoping with the vaccination process going on for young people, that's possible at this time, that we start to learn the better practices of how to better explain exactly what the vaccination process is. I hope that can be a more open and accessible conversation for ourselves, and that we want to have that open, accessible conversation. Things need to be talked about and need to be opened a bit more, I think. And we can do that through open public policy practices with technology and surveillance and data collection, the things I work on. It can be a really good way to have a neutral space, to have good conversations about how we talk about the future of these sorts of issues. So thanks a lot. And I just wanted to offer with 15 seconds, you know, a reminder that I worked on the issue last week. I wrote you letters about orders of the day, closed session agenda, and city manager report. We need to develop possibly a more consistent way that public comment can be allowed at these times.
Back to the mayor.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I wanted to know where are the areas of expansion that will cover this additional funding?
I'm sorry, you're referring to a specific consent item, or?
Yeah, and I'm talking about there's going to be I'm sorry, I thought we were still on this specific item on the library, but I see that we're voting on everything, and this is for 2.14.
Okay.
Grant agreements with San Jose Public Library Foundation for library programs. And so what I'm wondering is, where's that expansion? Because I have noticed in committee that some of the new sites don't necessarily align with the COVID impacted sites. And so I wanted to ask about that.
As well. Can you repeat which sites you were referring to?
Sure. So this is for the special funding opportunity, and this says that there is the committee decided to fund all 5 for these grantees are Alum Rock, Franklin McKinley, Luther Burbank, and Mount Pleasant Elementary. Mm-hmm. And they're going to, there's a kind of a mixed bag, if you will. There's tutoring, and then there's, well, maybe that's it. I guess maybe if you could expand on what that looks like.
I don't have a ton of information on the special funding opportunity. I do know that tutoring and after-school programming was funded. I know that we only received 5 applications, and based on the advisory board's recommendations, all 5 were funded. But we can certainly follow up with specific questions and understand better concerns about a misalignment on strategy.
Yeah, and only because, you know, the districts that are hardest hit may not have the capacity or time to apply for some of our really great opportunities like this one. And I realize this is a combo with the foundation. And I don't know where they stand in terms of how they decide if there's any priority or any consideration being given to any COVID impacted communities.
I'm not sure that there was special consideration to COVID impacted communities. I do know that additional outreach was done to those districts that have specific challenges in enrollment and based on population impact, certainly from COVID, but also other issues, mostly related to poverty and housing instability. And so what we can do is follow up with you on what the criteria was and also what the outreach strategy was, because I want to make sure that if we missed something that we get it, and also understand the concerns or maybe have a different approach in the future.
Sure. No, you were all always very aware of what we're doing here in the city, and so I wanted to make sure that this was aligned. And we can touch base offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed with the vote then.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Thanks. 3.3 is a municipal water billing and customer service audit report. And we do have a presentation. Welcome, Joe and team, and Carrie and team.
Good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey from my office to present our audit of municipal water billing and customer service. The city can take steps to enhance customer service during an unprecedented time. Juan Barragan and Marisa Lin from our office are also here remotely if they answer any questions. Muni Water serves 26,000 customers across North San Jose, Alviso, Evergreen, Edenvale, and Coyote Valley, and 3 primary departments to coordinate, deliver water, generate billing statements, and respond to customer requests. This is the Environmental Service Department, our ESD, Finance Department, and Information Technology Department, or ITD. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce Jeff and Carrie. The objective of this audit was to assess the accuracy of billings and customer service for Muni Water. I do want to note that Muni Water and its customers have been challenged by the financial impacts of COVID-19 and pandemic, increasing water rates and the region's current drought conditions. We had 4 findings. The first finding is that the billing process ensures accurate billing statements to customers. So bills are distributed to Muni Water customers on a bi-monthly basis, and before going out, bills go through a series of reviews to ensure that billed amounts are correct before being sent to a customer. It's shown here in the flow chart, the steps that it's undertaken. Accounts which appear to have abnormal bills or water usage are flagged by the system, and city staff will review to ensure meter readings and bills are accurate. Before being billed, all flags must be cleared by staff review or field investigations. We sampled 510 bills to test whether they were generated appropriately, aligned with council-approved rates, and matched customer information system in CIS, the city's utility billing system. In our sample, we found that bills and inputs were accurate. Our second finding is that Muni Water can take steps to better notify customers and respond to leaks. ESD receives potential water leak alerts through its regular meter reading process. However, most customers are not notified of these potential leak alerts. For example, between March and May of 2021, just 29% of customers were notified of potential leaks. This is primarily because the leak notification process is a manual process, with ESD staff providing leak notifications via email, letters, and phone calls. In addition to the manual nature of the process, another hurdle is that only a portion of customers have a registered email with the city. By collecting additional contact information from customers and potentially using existing tools, the city could expand leak notices. For example, the city uses a third-party platform to provide enrolled customers' water use reports. This could potentially be leveraged for leak alerts as well, though it would require customers to be enrolled in the program. I noted earlier that abnormal bills are flagged for review. This is based on set criteria that were established in 2016 to, for example, identify customers with higher or lower than expected water usage, or some other potential indicator of a problem. In some instances, the bills flagged for review require a water systems operator to investigate whether the meter is working properly. We found that most investigations find that the meter is working properly. However, we did note that water leak data suggests that criteria for investigating potential water leaks may be too high. Currently, a bill will be flagged for review only if water consumption is 325% greater than past historical usage, or if it is one of the 30 residential customers with the highest water consumption in the cycle. In this finding, we made recommendations to collect additional contact information from customers and automate the leak notification process, periodically evaluate the criteria used for metering investigations, streamline the service order process, and update methodology used to assess performance. Our third finding is that Muni Water can enhance customer service by making information more accessible. The city provides information to Muni Water customers in several ways, including through its website, social media, mailed notices, and bi-monthly bills. Customers are notified through these channels with information about their water service, including service charges they owe, potential water shutoffs, and water conservation practices. We found that the city can take additional steps to enhance its communication with customers. First, the city can make it easier to enroll in service options for those customers who may qualify as low income or medically vulnerable. At the time of the audit, Muni Water had not registered any customers in this program. Partly this is because the program began right before the COVID-19 pandemic, and at the start of the pandemic, the state enacted a water shutoff moratorium, which removed the risk of customers being disconnected from service. Also, the process is not customer-friendly. For example, it requires customers to print out an English-only form and visit City Hall, which was, as you know, closed for much of the last year. We noted additional opportunities of improvement in this finding, including making website content more consistent across departments, translating additional customer-facing materials into both Spanish and Vietnamese, using plain language for notices sent to customers, such as the late payment notices and notice of termination, and making more detailed billing information online. Recommendations in this finding include expanding Muni Water's website content to address additional common requests, improving language accessibility, making it easier for low-income and medically vulnerable customers to apply for assistance programs, and making a detailed billing statements available online, and standardizing information across different platforms and materials. Our last finding is that customers are facing financial burdens due to the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant financial toll on Muni Water customers. As of June 2021, more than 1,160 Muni Water customers owed a combined $1.1 million in overdue balances. This is 18 times what was owed in December 2019 before the pandemic. In addition, the city billed $1 million in late payment charges in fiscal year 2020-2021. In response to these financial burdens felt statewide, the California governor enacted a moratorium on water shutoffs, which has been extended through December 2021. Although Muni Water could resume water disconnections for customers with past due balances more than 60 days once the moratorium ends, it is exploring ways to support its customers and prevent water shutoffs, including aid from the Federal Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, the California Water and Wastewater Arrearages Payment Program, and California's Rental Relief Program. So we had one recommendation this finding to address the financial burdens of the pandemic on Muni Water customers, the city to implement a combination of strategies to assist customers, potentially including automatic enrollment into payment plans, outreach about state or local assistance programs, or distributing financial assistance to customers. Our audit report includes a total of 13 recommendations. We'd like to thank the Environmental Services Department, the Finance Department, the Information Technology Department, the City Attorney's Office, and the Budget Office for their time, information, insight, and cooperation during the audit process. The report can be found on our website at www.sanjoseca.gov/auditor. I ask you to accept the report, and I will turn it over to Carrie or Jeff for the administration's response.
Thank you. Jeff Provenzano, Deputy Director for ESD Water Resources. And let me say, it's the first time I've been back here in front of you for about 2 years, and it's exciting to be here in person versus Zoom. So to begin, I want to thank you to Joe and his team. It's been always been a great pleasure to work with him and his team, and it's been a good experience working on this audit. We are very proud of the teamwork and collaboration across all city departments as we've gone through this. One of our goals as a water utility, in addition to providing excellent service, customer service, is also to have affordable water. On a side note, our Evergreen area particularly, the average monthly bill for a resident is about 20% less than San Jose Water Company. And we are looking forward to the continued collaboration across all city departments and with the auditor's office as we move forward on improving our service, and we are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Joe. All right, let's go to the public. Tony?
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the words of the auditor on the report. It was really nice to hear that you're offering programs of financial assistance and state programs and subsidy help that people can ask for, you know, in this age of COVID. Thank you. You know, I've been, you know, trying to practice these words for several months now that, you know, if, you know, local government, you know, can learn to feel it can be safe to make these practices more understandable, subsidy practices more understandable and acceptable and accessible. You know, I hope, you know, people of local community at this difficult time, I suppose, I don't know, just because of this time, but they can learn how to be more open and questioning to, you know, can these subsidy funds be of help to them, and it can be a time to really start a dialogue that I think we are really starting about, you know, a lot of new subsidies that are being allowed for ourselves to do things at this time. And we're at an interesting time, and I think we're going to be, I think it's time to start to consider some next steps that as we have these good subsidy ideas starting to go, we have to be considering what are the next steps and stages that subsidies are going to be used and invested in for ourselves. I have some serious doubts and questions how our subsidies are going to be used. I think they're going to be used a bit nefariously towards, you know, to start to help out large corporations and investment firms and real estate firms instead of, you know, everyday people who really need the help and services. I just wanted to remind that this is going to be subject matter I'm going to be talking about in the coming months. Thanks for this item.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, coming back to council. Any questions? Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our staff for their thoroughness on this item, and I didn't realize how much lack of water detection we were missing in terms of doing our part in letting folks know when there's a leak in their pool or whatever it is that they have a leak in, and that people can't really measure that leak by what they see on an everyday basis. They have to wait 2 months to get that bill, and then they notice, right? Because it hits you in the pocket. And so for me, one of the reasons I put this together, the memo together, and I want to thank the mayor for incorporating. I think all of the elements of our memo are in yours, and so I want to thank you for that. Is that we've been talking about ensuring that there's some type of assistance program to our community, and one of the ways that we can do that is by making sure that what we find in our audit connects with what we're going to offer people. And so even if we offer like an assistance program, we still need to do some educational efforts, because if people are really not, if they can't tell when there's a leak, maybe it's because we haven't shared exactly what to look for, right? Aside from like marshy waters, it's something soak, you know, that they're soaking your shoes through. I don't know how else we would be able to tell. So I'm glad that we're moving down this path in creating this awareness, especially because there's this shortage and this high cost of water that we see that is going to continue for the next 10 years looming over us. And so I appreciate all the effort from our city auditor and your staff. You always do such a wonderful job. And Jeff, I did not know that we were 20% cheaper out in Evergreen. Not by the complaints or calls that I get from my office. And probably because some of those leaks have to do with great big pools, right? And so nothing affordable about that. Anyways, thank you so much. And I think it's already been seconded, right, this motion?
Actually, I'm not sure what the motion was, so maybe Councilor Foley, do you want
Oh, okay. I
You wanna
moved
withdraw
to.
it?
Would prefer withdrawing it.
Okay.
I kind of jumped the gun. Sorry about that,
Okay.
Councilmember Arenas.
That's okay. I'm not going to move my memo because, like I said, those elements are in the mayor's memo, so I'll move the mayor's memo.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Renz, for doing so. Okay, motion and a second. I first appreciate this a lot in that memo, so thank you, staff, for your willingness to digest it, particularly since I know there are a few grammatical errors since I was typing it underslept on an airplane flight, but hopefully it's intelligible enough. I did have one question from that graph that Joe showed in his presentation describing the water detection over several months. And you see the wide variability of detection and of notification. And I was hoping just to get a little better insight as to why there's such a wide variability. Could we go back to that slide? It's the line graph with the shaded areas. There are two shaded areas, and I think it's like the fourth slide in. Okay, I was wrong about it. There it is. It's wrong about it being the fourth. So here we can see just a wide variability here with leak detection plummeting somehow in the middle of April. What's going on there?
A pretty simple response there, Mayor. We have a partial FTE working on this on the side, and it was COVID with some staffing delays. We moved staff around to cover other service areas, and this is one of the non-priorities that we kind of just sloughed off for a bit and then try to pick back up again.
Right. And these, we see in the gray chart, and I appreciate and am sensitive to the fact that I know you guys, like so many departments, are struggling with very thin staff right now. But this reflects verified leaks, is that right? Or is this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The gray area, the 647, 371 you see there, are those verified leaks?
No, those are through the software that we do have on each meter. We're able to run a report, and it doesn't really indicate what a leak is or how much of a leak.
Right.
Just that there might be some sort of drop past the meter at some point over a 15-minute period, 24 hours a day.
Right. So if there's continuous flow for 24 hours, good suspicion that there's something going on.
Yes. Okay.
So why isn't that automated? Why does that require us to have staff to know how many of those instances are happening?
It is automated in that we run a report to do it, so it's automated from that perspective, but there is not an alert system yet to notify customers of the potential leak. Right now, when we run the report, it gives us the data, and then we try to pick the highest users to call to inform them. It is very labor-intensive.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the challenges of notifying. I know that's a big focus of the report, and I think a very good focus. But I guess I'm going back a step to just the leak detection on the city side. Why isn't that automated? Why don't we simply know, every week what the data is telling us based on some algorithm around, what the flow says?
And we're working on that. It's not, we're working on it. That would be our AMI program, would be the right type of software that we would put on there. There's some other home devices that people can install. Okay. The one more common is a Flume device. There's some others that take advantage of another network that's being developed called Helium as another device. Right. Those can be purchased. at the homeowner side. We've also done some outreach to Santa Clara Valley Water District on potentially providing devices as a giveaway to residents. We're prohibited, but that helps them to get more immediate usage. But definitely our long-term plan to address that would be the implementation of AMI.
Okay, so it does come back to AMI. So it sounds like even our ability to detect requires somebody getting in a truck, driving around, and picking up a signal somewhere near.
That's correct. Yeah, the current technology we have now is to drive down the block and everything pings into a mobile device.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you mentioned helium because, as you know, it's I hope a promising low ROAN solution for a network that maybe could help us be able to get that data fairly cheaply, easily. But smarter people than I know will be able to figure that out, and I know you're one of them. So good luck with that. Thank you, and thanks for a great report. I thought it was really really helpful. Okay, other comments or questions? All right, let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.4 is an appeals hearing board interview.
Hi, Brett Williamson is the applicant, and he is already on Zoom, and he is on the panelist side. So Brett, you can unmute and start your video. And again, this is for Appeals Hearing Board.
Welcome, Mr. Williamson. Hello. Thank you so much for your interest in serving and for your willingness to take the time to be with us this afternoon. Why don't we just take a couple minutes for you to describe why you'd like to serve and why you believe you do a good job in serving, and then we can go to the council with any questions they might have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, when I turned 18, I was excited to vote, and ever since then, whenever I do go to vote, I do a lot of research first. I look at both sides. I read the positive, the negative, from the right to the left, and I make my judgment accordingly. And I think I'd be good for the council because of that. Every time I'm sent something, I've done 2 meetings so far, and I've done not only the research they gave me, but then I kind of looked outside of that research to see any other information I could pull up and read. So I think I'd be good because of that, because I look at both sides and I take all the information into account.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go to the council with any questions. Vice Mayor?
Yes, first of all, Brett, thank you for your willingness to serve. You said you did some research, so can you give us your opinion or from what you've learned on exactly what the appeals board does and what their mission is and what you'd like to accomplish from serving on that board?
Well, okay, what the Salesforce does, you said?
No, from the, can you, based on the research that you've done and attending meetings, can you give us a little bit more information and insight in terms of your understanding of what the board does and what you're trying to accomplish and what your expectations are?
Well, basically, it's actually a good question. My understanding is we help mediate between the public and the appeals board. I mean, that's what the appeals board does, mediate between the public and the city with fines and such. That's what I've run into so far. I'm still getting used to the whole, bringing up motions and all that, still looking into that or still researching that. And I hope to accomplish is just to be able to give another opinion on the board.
Okay, but can you just maybe go a little bit deeper in terms of what the board does and again, what your expectations are?
Well, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I've done some research at the beginning when I was applying for it, and from there, I've just experienced 2 meetings so far, and my expectations are actually kind of open, to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure where it's headed.
Great. Thank you, Brett.
But
Brett, I wanted to ask about a situation that I think we often, well, not often, but occasionally find ourselves in, and I suspect you would be as well on this board, which is there are times when you're asked to consider cases where you think that if you followed the rules and the ordinances, then the outcome would be different than you would prefer. In other words,
yep,
you think it would have been better if the rule had been a little different, if the ordinance had been crafted a little better, the council had done a better job,
Yeah.
then you'd be able to get to the right outcome.
Yeah.
But they didn't, and so you're stuck with an outcome that you're not that thrilled about.
Right.
When you see those situations where the ordinance or the rule conflicts with your own personal viewpoints, how do you reconcile that conflict?
I follow the rule, whether I like it or not, whether I agree with it or not. Because, well, one, if I don't like the rule, then is there a way to change that? Is there a way to adjust it or whatever? And I go by the rule, basically, even though I may disagree with it.
Thank you, sir. Are there other questions from the council? All right. Tony, because we have one candidate, should we be voting or simply a motion? Would that be?
You can do a simple motion.
Okay. Then I'll ask my colleagues, is there a motion?
So moved.
All right. Motion to accept appointment of Mr. Williamson to this term. Any comments? Public comment? None? Okay, let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, thank you for your willingness to serve the city and commit your time to help the city. Very much appreciated, sir. All right, have a great day.
You too, Doug.
All right, let's go on then. Item 3.5 is an ordinance to amend the San Jose Muni Code Chapter 1206 related to disclosures on campaign advertisements. And we're going to hear that with item 3.6, which are options for campaign finance regulations related to public financing, foreign influence in elections, and other limits on corporations and other entities. Welcome, Mark.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Manny. I'm with the City Attorney's Office, and as you mentioned, I'm here to give you a presentation today on items 3.5 and 3.6. Good, it worked. As the council may recall, on April 20th of this year, the City Attorney's Office was directed to return with ordinances that strengthen local campaign finance regulations and policies related to campaign advertisements, and staff was directed to come forward with options for regulations, including a discussion of public financing with an analysis of cities in California as well as Seattle, Washington, implementing prohibitions on foreign influence in elections, and limits on corporations and other entities with conflicts of interest from donating to candidates, specifically exploring contributions limits proposed in the Fair Elections Initiative that circulated 2 years ago, as well as a policy based on Government Code Section 84308, which is also referred to as the Levine Act. Because the direction was varied, we did split these into 2 items. One addressing the ordinance regarding campaign disclosures that can be passed for publication today, and the other addressing everything else, where we analyze what the council had asked and look for additional direction in order to proceed. So I'll begin with discussing the ordinance and how it affects disclaimers, or how it would affect disclaimers on campaign advertisements. So currently under the municipal code, disclaimers are required on all election communications, but only those distributed by independent committees within 90 days of an election. So for printed materials, you can see the disclaimer on the slide. That's the text that campaign independent committees are required to print on their advertisements when the municipal code applies. But in 2017, the California legislature passed what is known as the Disclose Act. The Disclose Act is a comprehensive scheme for disclosures on political advertisements, many different kinds of political advertisements, including those distributed on the internet and through social media. It's quite comprehensive in its application. In the memorandum that that was submitted, we included charts that show all the different permutations in which the Disclose Act applies. So it has in many ways subsumed the need for the city to have its own unique disclaimer requirements. And when the municipal code requirements apply, it has created some discrepancies in the phrasing of the disclaimers, which merit updating to better conform with state law and to make compliance easier for campaign committees. So what we've done in the proposed ordinance is incorporate the Disclose Act with one notable difference, which I'll discuss in a minute, to comply with the council's direction. The rationale for incorporating the Disclose Act is for ease of compliance, as campaign committees should be aware of what is required under the Disclose Act because it applies to all campaign advertisements all the time. And the disclosures that are required under the Disclose Act are similar in substance to those in the municipal code. They both convey that no candidate or candidate-controlled committee approved or authorized the advertisement being distributed by the Independent Expenditure Committee, but it doesn't include the additional statement that it was not authorized by an election official. The proposed ordinance would also do away with the city's requirement in its disclaimers to include the total cost of the mailing, and the disclaimer could be printed in 10-point font as opposed to 12-point font. The state law allows for a smaller font size. But otherwise, all the requirements would be the same, except for that one key difference that I mentioned, and that relates to major committee funding, or what's referred to as major committee funding, to comply or to respond to council's direction. So under the Disclose Act, independent expenditure committees, they're required to disclose the top 3 contributors of $50,000 or more on most advertisements. So when you get something in the mail, and it will say, you know, paid for by Citizens for X, if they meet this threshold, that committee has to disclose who gave them money. But other jurisdictions, most notably Mountain View and San Francisco and the Bay Area, have lowered this threshold. Mountain View requires the disclosure of the top 5 contributors of $2,500 or more, and San Francisco requires the top 3 of $5,000 or more. The proposed ordinance that we posted had 5,000, but the number can be higher, lower. It's entirely a policy decision, and then some of the direction is for $2,500, which is perfectly fine to do. The rationale for going for the top 3 is consistency with the Disclose Act. And council should be aware that while disclosures on campaign advertisements are permitted constraint on political speech, they can't be so onerous that they consume the political message being conveyed by the advertisement. So you have to take into account the size of the advertisement and the space allocated to it. And the Disclose Act does a very good job of dealing with situations where the advertisement may be too small to include the full disclosure. But otherwise, other than that lower threshold under the proposed ordinance, all the requirements for disclosing top contributors, such as the phrasing, size of the disclaimers, and the circumstances where committees could disclose less than the top 3 contributors, would be done in conformance with the Disclose Act. The proposed ordinance also, to comport with council direction, it would continue to require independent committees to provide a transcript to the city clerk if the advertisement was distributed in audio or video format. It would increase the filing requirement for committees to submit any printed advertisements where over 200 items were mailed or distributed to be filed with the city clerk, and this is something that's already occurring as far as I understand, but that was council's direction in April. The proposed ordinance also makes another change to the city's timing and use of surplus campaign funds. This was something that was recommended by the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices, and we recommend including it here with this amendment to clear up some confusion that has come from the interpretation of that section. And since the council would be amending this, it's a good opportunity to move forward with that recommendation as well. And then other technical changes are made, which are discussed in the accompanying memorandum. So moving on to everything else and discussing public financing, the council asked us to analyze and look at different public financing schemes or programs in throughout the state. Unlike general law cities, charter cities are permitted to enact public financing programs under their home rule powers. San Francisco, Oakland, and Los Angeles have enacted such programs in California. And Seattle has what's referred to as a democracy voucher program, which we analyzed in accordance with council direction. The purpose of our analysis in the memorandum is general. Each of these different programs have a number of different requirements and rules, but the purpose of our review was to give the council an overview of the qualification requirements for each program, how funds are distributed to candidates, the general costs associated with financing and administration, and expenditure limits associated with accepting public funds. And generally, the government can't place limits on how much a candidate spends in an election, but they can do so if it's tied somehow to the acceptance of public funds. So San Francisco and Los Angeles have what's referred to as a matching funds program that will match contributions received by qualifying candidates at a 6-to-1 ratio. And we explain how that works in the memorandum. Los Angeles used to be 4-to-1, but they increased it recently. Oakland has a different program where they will reimburse eligible campaign expenses for council candidates, not citywide offices, however. And candidates in Oakland that accept public funds enjoy a higher contribution limit than candidates who do not accept public funds. And Seattle, and through its democracy voucher program, provides residents with 4 $25 vouchers that can be distributed to one candidate or as many candidates of their choice, who can then take that voucher, turn it into the Seattle Ethics Commission, and get public funds. Every program has some difference to it. There are commonalities in terms of expenditure limits, additional trainings, and things like that. All programs also have a dedicated funding stream and are administered by the city's respective ethics commission with dedicated staff. Either the amount of money and resources dedicated to a public finance program will influence the type. For the purpose of a pilot, Oakland appears to be the most straightforward to implement. It also had the lowest budget appropriation, and it could provide a model, but some of the requirements specific to it may not work for the city, namely criteria for eligibility, appropriate spending and contribution limits, and program administration. Creating a program like this does require some technical regulations to provide appropriate incentives for candidates to accept public funds and give them an opportunity to compete against those candidates who may not accept public funds. Public financing is voluntary. You can't compel somebody to accept it. So this may merit some further study and analysis. But there are models available for the city to explore throughout the state. The council also asked us to look at foreign influence. Federal and state law prohibit individuals other than green card holders and governments and entities from making contribution or independent expenditures favoring candidates. Not ballot measures, however. That was a recent decision by the FEC. Domestic subsidiaries of foreign corporations, however, may spend or contribute funds generated by the subsidiary, so long as all decisions concerning the donations and disbursements were made by individuals who are United States residents citizens or permanent residents. Some jurisdictions, however, have taken that federal and state law ban further, the federal ban further, by trying to limit what's referred to as foreign influence. Seattle and St. Petersburg, Florida have passed such ordinances at the local level. However, I learned recently that St. Petersburg ordinance was preempted by state law in Florida, so it no longer applies, but I think it does merit some discussion as a potential model if the council were to move forward with something like this. So in Seattle, its ordinance prohibits contributions to candidates from foreign influence corporations. So a foreign influence corporation that meets the definition up on the slide can't contribute directly to a candidate, make independent expenditures on candidates, or contribute to an independent expenditure committee that will then use it on candidates. It does have a low threshold for foreign influence, and 1% or more by a single foreign entity, or 5% or more by multiple foreign entities. And then compliance is guaranteed by corporations that participate in campaign finance and fundraising have to certify under penalty of perjury that they are not foreign influence, as they have to file that with the city. St. Petersburg has a very similar ordinance. It applies more broadly to all business entities, not just corporations, but it does have a higher threshold, 5% and 20% respectively. So if the council desires to pursue this policy, Seattle and St. Petersburg could serve as a model, but additional direction, I think, is needed. Should it apply to corporations or all business entities, regardless of how authorized? Should it apply to contributions on candidates, independent expenditure on candidates, or independent expenditures and contributions generally? And how much foreign influence is necessary to qualify? An ordinance like this will need some sort of factual record to support its passage, and I'll discuss the rationale for that later. Both Seattle and St. Petersburg do have extensive findings in their ordinance to support the rationale for its passage, but I'm not aware of any challenge to either as well. So the council also asked us to look at contribution limits and contribution bans. So I just want to provide the council just with a brief overview of some of the constitutional issues associated with that. You may recall in April we had a professor here from UC Irvine, Rick Hasen, give a presentation on this. So I'm merely repeating what he has provided. Campaign contributions are protected by the First Amendment, and laws limiting such contributions are subject to a higher level of scrutiny, not strict scrutiny, but contributions, so the government may limit contributions to prevent what's referred to as quid pro quo corruption, or its appearance of quid pro quo corruption. And this is one of the interests that will support limits on campaign contributions. And the limit also has to be what's referred to as closely drawn, meaning the means have to bear some relationship to the stated objective. So there has to be some sort of reasonableness or some sort of direct fit to what you're trying to do versus what you're trying to achieve. And finally, the risk of actual perceived quid pro quo corruption, must be more than mere conjecture and supported by some factual basis, like a recent scandal, history of corruption, perception of corruption, something like that. You can't just say, well, this is for preventing corruption and just leave it at that. The Supreme Court has instructed municipalities and jurisdictions to show its work, so to speak. So, and also as a reminder, the city has contribution limits already that are generally applicable to all persons. They were raised recently to account for cost of living increases. $700 for council office and now $1,400 for the mayor's race. There's also a contribution ban related to individuals affiliated with the city's 2 card rooms, which I understand was developed before my time in response to some sort of incident or scandal involving campaign contributions in those entities. But under the current state of the law, bans on certain groups, most notably government contractors, have been upheld, but it's not clear if such bans would continue in light of changing precedent. The Supreme Court hasn't taken a campaign finance case in a while, but I can say the Ninth Circuit, at least recently, I think in 2015, did uphold a contribution ban related to government contractors. So the council asked us to look at the Fair Elections Initiative. As the council may recall, the Fair Elections Initiative, as it was referred to, was an initiative that was circulating primarily to change the mayoral election from the gubernatorial cycle to the presidential election cycle. But it also had a provision associated with it related to campaign finance. That measure didn't qualify for the ballot, but if it had, it would have prohibited contributions from any person or for-profit entity that met the initiative's definition of a substantial contractor, substantial developer, or substantial landlord. And we include those definitions in the memorandum. And under the current state of the law, it is likely that a ban on substantial contractors and substantial developers would be permitted. They're the type of group that is seeking concessions from the government, either a contract or a permit or something like that. So, of course, under the current state of the law, those type of groups, there is support for banning contributions from them. However, substantial landlords, property managers would likely not survive scrutiny without some sort of factual basis to support it. This is not a group that has historically been associated with corruption. They're not seeking something from the government, although they are a regulated community. So if a factual basis or record were there, it may survive scrutiny. Fair Elections Initiative also applied to just for-profit entities, but that could raise equal protection claims, and just like with the city's contribution ban, contribution limit applying to all types of entities and all persons would avoid those type of claims. As an alternative approach, there is Government Code Section 84308, which I referred to at the beginning as the Levine Act. The Levine Act isn't a contribution ban per se, and it's a law that applies to elected officials, but not when they're serving in their elected capacity. So it applies when a council member, for example, serves on, say, the VTA board and something goes before VTA. What the Levine Act does is it says that a member of an agency or officer of an agency cannot accept a contribution of $250 or more from a person or participant with a license, permit, or other entitlement for use that is pending and for 3 months thereafter. You may all recall that this came forward in July of last year as part of the Strong Mayor Initiative, and the City Attorney's Office did present on this act then. License, permit, or other entitlement for use means all business, professional, trade, and land use licenses and permits, and all other entitlements for use. So we're thinking about land use decisions, contracts, franchises, etc. And the Levine Act has a $250 limit, but that limit can move based on the council's decisions. This particular act does raise some of the same constitutional concerns that the Fair Elections Initiative would, or any contribution ban would, or contribution limit would. But the Levine Act has been around since the 1980s. But again, it doesn't apply to elected officials when serving in their elected capacity. And finally, the council asked us to look at conflicts of interest related to campaign contributors. The Levine Act has a provision in addition to its contribution limit that says that a council member, or an elected official who has accepted a contribution from a party or participant who then comes before them with a license, permit, or other entitlement for use has a conflict of interest. Campaign contributions aren't normally a conflict of interest for elected officials, and courts have rejected arguments that elected officials are required to recuse themselves when making decisions involving campaign donors. But the council can establish its own rules for voting on matters. I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has gone forward with implementing a provision that would make somebody who campaign contribution a conflict of interest. I believe the city of Anaheim did explore this a few years ago, but it did not move forward with it. But if the council wanted to go forward with something like this, the Levine Act could serve as a model. Essentially, it would mean that a council member may not vote in any matter involving a license, permit, or other entitlement for use if that person received a contribution, and pick a number, or it could be any contribution, from a party or participant within the preceding 12 months. So as with the Levine Act, the conflict would only come into play if the contribution was received for the council member's own candidacy or a controlled committee. And consistent with the Levine Act, it would not apply if the decision was a general policy decision or ministerial in nature. And other similarities could include a provision that would allow the council member to participate if legally required to do so. There could be a scenario where somebody has given a lot of money to different council members, and it could make it difficult for the council to conduct its business and lose a quorum. And so there is a mechanism under state law that allows for somebody to be selected randomly so that the council can conduct business. The Levine Act also allows the affected officer to return the contribution within 30 days and effectively remove the conflict of interest. And there would also be methodologies for aggregating contributions among different persons and business entities, as well as a requirement to disclose the conflict before or during the proceeding. The Levine Act requires both the affected party or participant and the officer of the agency to disclose whether a contribution was made or received above the limit and to take appropriate steps to recuse themselves. Those agencies that are subject to the Levine Act, they will require disclosure statements and bid proposals and permit applications. And if the council were to move forward with something like this, then the city would need to include something like that in its procurement and planning departments to provide notice and information to those affected parties about what the rules are. Because ultimately, under the Levine Act, compliance is up to the affected parties and the officials to keep tabs on who's giving them money and who's coming before them. But it's important to note that, and we proposed this back in July of 2020 as well, that a violation of this provision should not affect the underlying decision. Because campaign contributions don't generally create a conflict of interest under the law, it's not likely it would ever be viewed as a legitimate basis to, say, revoke a permit, terminate a contract, or revisit a decision that was already made. The appropriate enforcement for such a violation should be before the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices, as it does with other ethics laws in the city, and the punishment or remedy for anybody who violated the provision should be a penalty or something like that that is levied by the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices, but it shouldn't affect the underlying validity of the decision. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll return it to the council.
Thank you, Mark. All right, let's go to public comment.
SVCN.
Hello, my name is Nick Kawada. I am the Policy Director for Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and esteemed members of the City Council. I am speaking in general support of the memoranda that had been submitted for item 3.6 as it pertains to the public financing aspects. And, we are very supportive of these types of things as it paves the way for more and easier access to our communities to become involved with city government. SVCN is in strong support of initiatives that promote democracy and feel that public financing programs like this one proposed here do that. One note, from reading the memo sent by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley, on page 2 it reads that eligible candidates must be opposed in their race by a candidate who has also met the criteria for public financing, and which could be construed as basically requiring that opponent to also secure or qualify for public financing. So discussions from staff have revealed that it's possible a single candidate may only receive public financing and should be barred from receiving it. But if possible, please draft the language to ensure that this option remains available under as many circumstances as possible. And apologies in advance if this was my misinterpretation, but thank you again for this.
Roma Dawson.
I want to thank Vice Mayor Jones and Council Members Jimenez, Cohen, Arenas, and Foley for their memo on 3.5, and I fully support their recommendations to lower the cumulative contribution threshold. Many people don't vote because they feel powerless. The city should take every legal means to reduce the influence of money in politics. On 3.6, I strongly support the recommendations in the memo authored by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley, and thank the city attorney for a comprehensive memo. It led me to research on ownership percentages for foreign influence corporations. I support the Seattle ordinance as the best model. St. Petersburg established limits on political action committees. Their ordinances took effect January 1, 2018. The groundbreaking ordinance, the first since Citizens United, sets a higher threshold than Seattle on single and aggregate foreign influenced ownerships. However, it's important to note that it applies to all business entities, not just corporations. The 16-page ordinance clearly defines business entity. It's essentially everything that's not an individual. There are legal scholars that believe even a zero threshold might survive the Supreme Court. And thank you, Attorney Vanny, for noting Governor DeSantis this May signed a state law that preempted Florida cities and counties from enacting local contributions or spending limits. The Seattle ordinance was inspired by St. Petersburg, and the same nonprofits worked to pass it in January 2020. It was a reaction to a large donation by to a local PAC, one of $1.5 million from a single corporation. Both ordinances inspired a national movement, and I urge you to make San Jose a leader in reducing the influence of money in our elections. Again, vote in favor of the Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley recommendations. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, I'd like to think that you wouldn't be taking money from foreign people like George Soros. And just take a look no further to Lori Smith. The one thing Sam and I actually agree on. Look at what she did. She took in campaign contributions, and all of a sudden there were favors made for things. And I'm wondering if that's ever done with city council. You know, money's left over, or it came in from, you know, some other entity. I wonder, but sorry, you guys don't deserve a whole heck of a lot of money to begin with. You already have very good job once elected, and you know it is in Arkansas. I mean, if we look back at how Bill Clinton got his campaign contributions, let's take a look at that, right? Walmart, etc., right? So yeah, you guys don't need any more money, and I'd like to know who's giving it to you. And every now and again, people back out of voting on things. Good for you for doing that, by the way. You know, nice to see once in a while you guys are honest. Yeah, I think there should be a lot more restrictions on how much money and who you take it from. And cheers to whoever is working on this. And look no further than Lori Smith, you know, how she could take the Fifth Amendment and still be our sheriff. Talk about a gangster. She's the biggest one there is. And believe it or not, I voted for her numerous times. And I wish I could take my vote back. So it's better that you guys don't have the temptation at all to even take the money, because even when you're out of office, look what we can say. Yeah, look at her, look at him, look what they did. They took money from these big corporations or maybe a private individual. So you're better off not to have the temptation.
Mundo UA Local 393.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Edmundo Escarcega. I'm from the Plumbers and Steam Fitters. I support the memo drafted by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley, which proposes a number of important campaign finance reforms. In an era of rampant voter suppression that threatens our political voice, we need to ensure that local elections are decided by the communities that will feel the impacts, the implications of the decisions by their elected representatives. Corporations with significant foreign influence do not represent local priorities, and we need the voters who reside in the city of San Jose. We cannot allow the power of corporations with foreign influence from outweighing the voices of San Jose constituents. The city of San Jose needs to act on the threat of foreign interference and corporate interest in our local politics. I hope that the city council follows the guidance of this recommendation and prioritizes the genuine democratic participation of the communities in San Jose. Thank you.
Paul Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I appreciate the effort to at least ostensibly make the campaign financing contributions appear to be just and legal, but sometimes we think that because we do something we make something legal, that it's also moral and ethical. And so you know, I want to, you know, if we can keep that in mind, just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's moral and ethical. And so when you strike the legal argument to support what it is that you've done or haven't done, that's not necessarily in alignment with what it is the community needs. And so you have Canada, especially Canada. Canada is a major investor in the real estate downtown, in the development. Okay, their pension fund, in fact, is tied to some of the construction downtown. And so to say that me as a citizen, one person in this city that is coming to these meetings and trying to have some kind of influence over the context in which in the city that I've lived in for generations, that I'm going to somehow be able to compete with a pension fund from Canada that is invested in downtown, and so, I mean, we still haven't gotten around the non-disclosure agreements and people going in and putting their signature on there as representatives of the people and basically selling the vote before they went to council. That one still has not been resolved. And so there's a lot of forms of corruption.
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Members of council, Mayor Liccardo, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I'd like to strongly encourage your support for the memo by council members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley, and I'd like to extend our gratitude to the good work by the city attorney's office on this memo. While San Jose residents would benefit from each of the policies examined by the city attorney's office, we believe the most important is the ban on foreign influence corporations engaging in our local elections. While certainly San Jose is a city that welcomes immigrants, visitors, and investors from around the world, our elections should be decided by the people of San Jose and not foreign investors or the business entities which they exert influence over. For this reason, we think that the council should encourage the city attorney's office to return with an ordinance so that we can have this policy in place before electioneering begins in the 2022 election cycle. And certainly would encourage your support for moving at a rapid pace. We also think the city would benefit from looking at Seattle's ordinance in terms of definitions, namely their ordinance defined corporation as a corporation, a company, a limited liability company, a limited partnership, a business trust, a business association, or a similar entity. I believe that the last time the council was discussing the idea of this policy, there was quite a bit of debate about what kind of definition should be put on the particular entity that we're looking to regulate. I think the Seattle ordinance really gives us the strongest definition, and because they're already implementing it, I think it's a good place for the city attorney's office to look in terms of getting into the nitty-gritty of how this can work. Also, would encourage you to read the letter that our organization submitted with some of the legal rationale behind the 1% and 5% thresholds within the Seattle ordinance, and again, encourage support for the Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley memo. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I really lack a better language how to talk about this issue. I'm sorry, but I've attended a few Fair Election Commission meetings the past few months, and the city charter is working diligently on ideas of, they're working on ideas of, the future of the election process in 2022 and 24 and what that can be. So I'm interested in these issues. I thank you for the really good reports and some really interesting public comment on these items today. I'm not so much into the foreign aspects of money use, but I should be, and I understand what you're going for with these things. I'm interested more in the concepts of, one of the speakers spoke about, how can money kind of be limited in how we talk about it. I thank you for the use of public service programs. What I'm really interested in is for this good work that I think we can establish ourselves by 2024 for, I'm more interested in the ideas of what will be our long-term future of how we support and create an election process where all people can be allowed, the chance to run as a candidate. I mean, all people from all levels of income and wherever the backgrounds. To want to take on the next steps of the good tasks that you're doing today, I hope you're considering that. And that's what I hope the whole city charter process can be about, is we do our good things now with an eye on what we could be building for our future. And to keep those things in mind, good luck how we can do that. And thanks for this item.
Mike Sodergren.
Hi, council members. This is Mike Sodergren. One of the best things we can do is to reduce the influence of money in campaigns and governance. I applaud your initiative to bring increased transparency and disclosure of campaign contributions by today's memorandum. I am speaking today as a citizen who ran a campaign for city council in 2016 on the basis of a $0 campaign. I didn't buy a yard sign, print or distribute mailers, didn't pay for Facebook boosts. I hope some of you are smiling. I even refused to pay the $2,400 required to have a short candidate statement listed in the voter guide. What I did learn is that money is embedded in our politics. 1 month of campaigning I received without spending any money, without receiving any contributions, refusing all that were offered. I got 20% of the vote running against an incumbent. So I think it is possible to run a $0 campaign with help from the city. I think it's intuitive that fundraising is currently required to get your message forward. And so I ask the question, why is that? Is there not a forum that the city can prepare on its website that would allow qualified candidates, people that walk the streets, got petitions signed to qualify to be on the ballot, to post their vision and their ideas for how to make a better San Jose? I'd recommend that a portal be created. I hope that this is something that can be added to the consideration of today's topic. And I would say that any candidate that chooses to do this will set a direction for the country that could be modeled across the country. Thank you very much.
Krista De La Torre.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Krista De La Torre, and I'm here on behalf of the South Bay Labor Council. I want to speak in support of the memo drafted by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley. It proposes a number of critical campaign finance reforms that address the following: conflicts of interest, the public financing of campaigns, and enacting limits to campaign contributions from foreign influence corporations. We should take note of Seattle, Washington's model of this initiative. In 2020, Seattle enacted the Clean Campaigns Act to curb corruption and election contributions. The Seattle ordinance cites the SEC threshold and corporate governance experts to define a foreign influence corporation as having a single foreign owner holding 1% or more of shares, or multiple foreign owners holding a cumulative 5% or more. These small percentages indicate the threshold for corporate influence and decision-making. In order for San Jose to be a truly healthy democracy, the city needs to act on the threat of foreign interference and corporate interest in our local politics. Please follow the guidelines of this recommendation and prioritize a genuine democratic participation of the communities in San Jose. Thank you so much.
Jay Bosley.
Thank you. My name is Jay Bosley. I'm the council representative for the Santa Clara San Benito County's Building and Construction Trades Council, which is a group of trades unions representing some 35,000 members that live in Santa Clara and San Benito counties. Many of these members live within the city of San Jose. Many of them are people of color and ethnic minorities. And they support measures that limit voter suppression. This limits voter suppression. They support it, therefore the Building Trades Council supports it. Thank you most kindly and keep up the good work.
Carol Watts.
Thank you. I'm Carol Watts, president of the League of Women Voters of San Jose, Santa Clara. We have emailed 2 letters of support for 3.5 and 3.6 with more details. On 3.5, we urge you to vote to fully incorporate the California Disclose Act into our municipal code. The League strongly supported that act. We also support the member from Jones et al. To reduce the threshold for top contributors from $5,000 to $2,500. Vote yes on both memos to protect democracy from being distorted by big spending at election campaigns. On 3.6, the League did not support the Citizens United decision, so we urge you to close a loophole which might allow citizens of other countries to influence elections by investing in U.S. corporations by approving the Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley memo. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, while a judge on the D.C. Court of Appeals, wrote, "Foreign citizens do not have a constitutional right to participate in and thus may be excluded from activities of democratic self-government. Please approve the lower threshold." We support public financing of election in which candidates must abide by reasonable spending limits and enhanced enforcement of campaign finance laws. We support public financing of small donations of $200 or less with a 6-to-1 match. As you heard, the city of St. Petersburg abolished super PACs and limited foreign corporate spending in local elections. The president of that local league said, "We believe that big money in politics is a root cause of a compromised democracy, every bit as corrosive as gerrymandering, governmental abuse of power, and voter suppression. When money is as important to a candidate or an elected official as the citizens' vote, the sovereign power of the people to elect officials to represent their interests has been corrupted. Vote yes on this memo and continue to research options to limit the influence of money in politics." Thank you.
Andrea Pena.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Peña, and I'm calling from Working Partnerships here in San Jose. I'm calling to support the memo drafted by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley for item 3.6, which most importantly gives direction on limiting campaign contributions from foreign influenced corporations, as we've heard. In an era of rampant voter suppression that threatens our political voice, we need to ensure that local elections are decided by the communities that will feel the implications of decisions by their elected representatives, and corporations with significant foreign influence do not represent the local priorities and needs of voters who reside in the city of San Jose. And I just wanted to echo again the presentation and reference the excellent model of this initiative that exists in Seattle, Washington. The small percentages that qualify foreign influence corporations indicate the threshold for general understanding of corporate influence and decision making. I hope that the City Council follows the guidance of this recommendation on item 3.6 and prioritizes the genuine democratic participation of the local communities in San Jose. Thank you.
John Tucker.
Hi, thank you. This is John Tucker, Union Representative for AFSCME Local 101 and the Municipal Employees Federation in the City of San Jose. And just briefly, we couldn't be in more support of an ordinance like what was discussed today. We believe fervently that that San Jose elections should be decided by residents here locally. So we're supportive of the ordinances that are discussed, and thank you.
David Beanie.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is David Beanie, Executive Director of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here today with you today to support the memo regarding campaign finance reforms, the one drafted by Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley. This memo offers the kind of common sense reforms that years later we're going to look back on and wonder what took us so long. It's difficult to comprehend that we currently allow foreign interests or companies that may be governed by or receive direction from foreign interests to participate in our local democracy. On behalf of the 35,000 members of the Building Trades Council, I urge you to support this memo. Thank you.
Back to the council.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the discussion from the city attorney in the memoranda. Also appreciate, we've got two memoranda here, one at 3.5, one at 3.6. I'm going to guess and speculate 3.5 probably won't be controversial. I wanted to suggest that we would take some of the items on 3.6 separately for discussion because I think that some of them we may have more questions about. And I'll just say for myself, for example, I support the public campaign financing program idea. I think that's a very good idea and one worth exploring. I'm a little concerned about the extending the campaign contribution period. So if everyone's willing, maybe we could just take them in piecemeal, and because these are a bit complex, and that way we can have some back and forth. That'd be all right. Okay. So let's go to the council. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess you answered my question. We're going to take 3.5 first, so I'm just going to talk about 3.5 now, and then
Yeah,
we'll
that'd
come
be
back.
fine.
Okay, that's fine. First, I want to thank the Attorney's Office and for all of that great work. It was a great detailed report. I'm really happy with seeing all of the specifics and understanding the legal ramifications of decisions that we make on campaign finance, and so I want to thank you for that. I want to thank members of the public for their input as well. I just have a couple questions on 3.5 specifically. First question I have, and I would support lowering the minimum from 5,000 to 2,500. My question is, why do we need a minimum at all? If the ordinance is that we need to just report the top 3 contributors, I'm not sure why it matters what the amounts are. I mean, if you are able to create an independent expenditure with all on $1,000 contributions, it still seems helpful to me to be able to say to the public, these are the top 3 people that contributed to this, so that we have an idea of what kind of group it is that's putting out the information. So I'm just asking, is there a reason to have a minimum at all in this ordinance? Well, I mean, the Disclose Act has a minimum of $50,000, but I think the only issue that I could foresee with that is just determining who would be the major committee funding. So there is a mechanism to deal with tiebreakers and when you have ties. So if you have no limit, then you could have, say, 10 contributors of $1,000 or more, and you have to pick which 3 you would disclose. And there is a mechanism for that. You look at the most recent donor, and then, or if the the contribution was made specifically for that mailer, then they would have to disclose that. So I think just the reason for having a threshold is just to kind of cull higher donors from lower donors. Okay, and I think that, in my opinion, the idea that you're picking the top 3 already culls the higher donors from lower donors, but I understand, I mean, you run into more risk of bigger ties the lower you go. But I'll come back to that one. There is something that's in the current ordinance that would be removed by this. That is, we'd be removing the disclosure of how much total was spent on the independent expenditure. That's currently on every independent expenditure. It says this cost spent $10,300, whatever it is. That would be removed. I suppose that's basically because that's not in the Disclose Act, but is there a reason why we wouldn't keep that in? I mean, I find that a valuable piece of information as well, that to know how widespread these mailers might be and how much money was spent on it. Yeah, the reason for excluding it was to incorporate the provisions of the Disclose Act as much as possible, with the one exception, the rationale being for ease of compliance. But certainly other jurisdictions do add and layer onto it, and including a requirement to disclose the total cost of mailing shouldn't conflict with the other provisions of the Disclose Act. And if the council wanted to, could incorporate that back in. We would just have to amend the ordinance when it's adopted for that purpose. Okay, thank you. And then the other thing that my preference, and there was a comment in your memo about specifically excluding digital, which is print or text or image ads online. And given that we are entering an era in which I think more and more of political advertising will be online and less will actually be by mail and by hard copy, it strikes me that that's a major loophole, leaving that out. And this is about, I know this isn't about who paid for it, but just about giving copies to the clerk. Is there a workload issue in terms of leaving this out, or is this just something that you left to the council to decide whether to add in or not? Well, the direction that was given was to deal with printed advertisements, so we didn't include digital advertisements, but that's the reason why it was highlighted in the memoranda, so that the council was aware of that. In terms of workload, this would be something that would be on the clerk's office. I can't speak to that issue, if they could handle copies of digital advertisements being submitted. And because digital advertisements may move or change, it would have to be just a printout or a copy of it that's submitted. But other jurisdictions do require that digital or electronic advertisements be submitted.
Okay, I guess I can ask that question. I don't know if you want to answer.
Well, my supplemental memorandum does talk about staffing needs. I don't have the staffing to do any of this right now. But my memo does say, you know, based on what you guys pass, we'll return with what we think we need for staffing. My maximum staff for the original memo from Jimenez was 5 people. But some of the stuff that he had suggested was very work intensive. So I don't know if we would still need the 5 people, but it really depends. But I don't have the staffing to handle any of this right now. So that is a component.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, so my perspective, I think, just to the sake of the council, is that, you know, more, as I said, more and more advertising is going online. The issue with that obviously is too that many times we don't even see what ads are posted because they go up very temporally. They're up for a day or two, and then they switch to another ad, and they're moving around, and so and they're very targeted, and they're going to specific people. So many people wouldn't even know that those ads are running, and so it does seem important to me for if we're going to be doing this for the sake of transparency and disclosure, to require that those ads be submitted somewhere so people can review what was done by these independent expenditures. And so my preference would be to have that part as part of it if we're already requiring that everything else be submitted to the city. So, and my last question, I think, is more of a timing question, because obviously the campaign cycle begins, what, in 3 or 4 weeks, just first or second week of December. When would this, just the 3.5 part, be effective if it were passed by council?
If it was passed for publication today, with additional direction, it would come back for its second reading, either at the next council meeting or in 2 weeks. And then our ordinances, once adopted, are effective 30 days or 31 days, if you're counting, after adoption. And I think, just doing the math in my head, I think it would be adopted sometime before January 1st of next year.
Right, so it would probably be effective second week of January or something like that if we brought it back on December 7th or 14th or something.
Thereabouts, yes.
Okay, so, and actually, I suppose that that's okay in this case because this is about disclosure of ads, and most ads won't be running in December. It'll be those will be happening later in the cycle. So it would be effective immediately to anything that happens after the date that the ordinance is effective.
That's correct, and yes, I mean, independent expenditure ads can be sent at any time, but I would expect many of them would be sent during the electioneering season. We'll also have to do some education and outreach to the regulated community so that they're aware of the new requirements if they're adopted. But using the materials that the FPPC has provided for the Disclose Act, we could borrow from that and modify it accordingly for the city's purposes.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to make a motion to adopt, I think it's the memo that was from Vice Mayor Jones and other 4 of us that includes the lower contribution limit, although I do want to hear input from the rest of the council on whether the contribution limit matters at all or should it be included. But I also want to add to that, to my motion, including ads distributed through the internet to be part of the submission requirement from IEs.
There's a motion, a second? Second from Councilmember Jimenez. Just a quick question. I certainly support the concept. I'm trying to understand the enforcement. If something is online and the Independent Expenditure Committee doesn't submit it to the city, violates the law, does it become a tree falling in the forest if nobody's got a screenshot?
Well, enforcement of the city's campaign finance ordinances is through the Board of Campaign and Political Practices, and it does respond to complaints.
Yeah.
And that's true with any type of campaign violation. If nobody complains about it, the board doesn't have any independent authority to go out and investigate these things. So that could be a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So speaking just to 3.5, I agree. Well, obviously, I'm one of the co-authors of the memo, so I agree to the lower threshold of 2,500. But I'm, Councilmember Cohen, I'm concerned about what you just added in regarding the social media and digital advertising. And I think of it as a logistical nightmare for the clerk and not so much concerned about the effects of the independent expenditure, but I'm thinking how quickly things are put onto digital media and how quickly they change. They may put out one message today that is targeting women of a certain age like me with gray hair. And then the next day they're going after another population. So how do you see that that's going to work out and everything's timely? Independent expenditures tend to occur towards the end of the campaign. And that's when the clerk's office is very busy looking at everything else. So how is that going to work out for you, Tony? How is there, how do you see this maybe materializing at your staff, with your staff?
Well, as I said, with current staffing, we wouldn't be able to get this done. We don't, we're very reactive right now, even with elections. Unless somebody tells us somebody's done something wrong, we're not noticing it. We don't have an automatic like uploading website where people can just upload their advertisements. We're not set up for any of that. So I did have a staffing plan for like everything in my supplemental. I would need a dedicated election staff. I don't have dedicated election staff. It's like me, and then Grace helps me upload files, and she's new. So we definitely have to add staffing to help with this if you want it to actually be effective and timely. Right now, I'll have a delay of a couple weeks before I can get something uploaded, just with the workload. And ideally, things should be up as soon as we receive them.
Right. Well, these advertisements happen quick, especially
the
digital ads. They don't need, you don't need to go to a printer. So the response waiting 2 weeks is problematic.
Right. Right. Which is why I would return with the staffing request.
Yeah, so I support the initial motion. I'm concerned about the amendment to the motion. Thanks.
Let me just offer one suggestion, and Councilman Cohen, I know you're about to jump in. I support the inclusion of this, of social media, because obviously that's a huge source of content. I think we may need to make it a budgetary decision about to whatever extent we're going to really be able to process this in a meaningful way. And I know that it's a little challenging for us to do, given that the budget decision is going to be made, ultimately be effective after the primary of this election cycle. But certainly we can put the ordinance in place and figure out how much we can actually do based on budgetary resources. So I just put that out there. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I'll just give feedback on that. First of all, I think in order to be modern, we have to include it. I mean, I don't see how campaigns are going to be relying more and more on this, and this is where the independent expenditure money is going to be spent. It'll also obviously mean that less is spent because it's less expensive to do, but we're still going to see that almost as we move forward in time, a much higher percentage of ads are going to be digital, and so not disclosing digital and not submitting the digital to me makes the whole idea of this part of the ordinance meaningless. Having said that, I'm not, back to your question before, this is about complaint-based enforcement. This isn't about having everything perfectly transparent right at the second that it's done. I would argue that there's technical solutions to this that are pretty straightforward. I mean, you can have a portal by which people upload an ad and it just becomes visible without even a staff intervention. Now, this will take some time and some resources to put in place, but this isn't really a question of staffing. This is a question of putting in place the mechanism by which people upload the ads as they place them online so that there is a transparency to what they're doing. And putting this ordinance in place gives us that motivation to find the technical solution that we need in order, and the staffing solution that we need to enforce it.
Yeah, I very much agree. Although I would say, if any of you have recently experienced trying to upload documents to your mortgage provider, for example, inevitably there'll be a need for staff at some point, but the point is well taken. This could be a software solution. Councilmember Mahan?
Yeah, I just wanted to add maybe some good news on this front. I've done a lot of work in the digital ad space in the past, and I I will support the motion as well, and I think it's aspirationally correct, although I do worry about our capacity to execute it and the staff costs. The good news is that last I checked, a majority of advertising, political advertising online is flowing through Facebook, and they now have a requirement that all ads be posted on the page and are left there publicly for 7 years. And so I do think in the long run, I think it's good for us to try to do this. I think in the long run, we really need a federal regulation that requires any ad platform to keep a record of the ads that are run on the platform. Because those platforms are the gateways that actually know who paid for it. They have the disclaimers, they post who paid for it, and they store the ad for 7 years for anyone to see. And for us to take on the overhead, as Councilmember Foley's saying, of what could be thousands of ad variants and manage all of that could become cost prohibitive, very complicated. I agree with the spirit of it. I'm all for more transparency in advertising. I just, and I understand that the federal regulations aren't where we need them to be, so I agree with this in spirit, but I just think long term, a much better solution is that Facebook, Google, and all the major ad platforms do what Facebook's currently doing, which is they show you it's publicly accessible to everyone for years. And that's currently the state of play for any ads on Facebook today, which is really helpful because it is a majority of the spending on Facebook, on political ads today.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And also, I'm supportive of looking at the future and the direction that campaigns are going in, and that is digital. But I just have a logistical question and issue, and that is, if we pass this ordinance, and our city clerk is telling us that they don't have the capacity, resources, or mechanisms to process and enforce that ordinance, then, my concern is that we're creating a very complicated and confusing process for campaigns in the next cycle. So I'm just trying to reconcile or work my way through going from us passing this to Tony actually having to implement this. So Tony, I know you know where I'm going with this, so can you kind of...
Yes, well, I'm actually on a chat with my assistant city clerk, who's my money wizard. So we can get on with the budget office as soon as this is approved and start putting in our staffing requests. I've already been training Grace. Like I said, she's new. I've been training her to help. We would get this started as soon as possible, but it would take, it takes time to bring on staff and to train them, but I don't think it's that difficult to train. Anyway, what I'm saying is we would get going as fast as we can. I don't think I would have people ready to go before February, but the nomination period starts in February. Ads will start in December, though, because that's when our contribution period opens. So we would be a little slow to start to get a website going. I've already talked with our current software vendors where you guys upload your campaign filing forms to see, maybe we could just use that one. And they said they're not ready for that at this time, for people to just upload documents to it that are not campaign filing forms. And that has something to do with state law because that campaign finance system is approved by the state, so they can't just add features for us without the state approving it. So we would also get on working with IT to see, is there a FTP type site we could get so people could just start uploading these? It might look clunky, it might not be easy to maneuver, but we could get something started. I have a very hardworking staff. We do work as quickly as possible to get things done, but it would take a few months.
Yeah, and I know you have a hardworking staff.
Yeah.
And you're understaffed, under-resourced. And I'm finding it hard to believe that even February
I'm sure
is realistic.
I'm
I know you're
Joy
trying to
she might be screaming right now in her office.
And
No.
I know that you're trying to be a trooper, and I appreciate that. But we're going into the holidays. February just doesn't seem realistic to me as well. So
I think that's up to how quickly the budget office can approve our positions.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, Tony,
Yeah.
about
we generally don't have excess funds in the middle of the year. And it
That's
mainly
true.
waits for the annual budget process to, weigh this priority with all the other priorities. So that would be a concern because at this point we're in balance and we're watching our finances very well, but we usually don't do ads unless we can, take it on one time from a reserve or something, if that's what the council wanted to do.
And maybe it could be the fact that I'm not running for anything, but I'm not as hung up on, okay, we have to have this for this election cycle or for the primary. If we're establishing an ordinance, this is going to be an ongoing ordinance for future elections. So I want to do it right, and I don't want you to be put in a position to fail.
Right. I don't want to be put in the position to fail either.
Okay. So, I don't know where we go to next. Maybe we pass the vote, and then you come back with a realistic timeline that we can make a decision on, or we can try to come up with something right now. I assume that probably it'd be better for you to be able to come back to us with
and again, like
something more realistic.
Like Jennifer said, everything's contingent on what the budget office tells me as well. I can have all sorts of ideas, but the money does have to come from somewhere.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right, that's it, Mayor. Thank
Could
you.
I offer maybe a friendly amendment, which is if the clerk's office would be willing to have a conversation with our Office of Technology Innovation, my team, we've been pretty effective in employing teams of graduate students and putting together software on a few different applications. One is on disclosure of state mandated police reports, various things, and we've had some success with that. And it's a fairly low dollar operation. We pay the students stipends, and they're wonderful, and they get great experience. So if making the motion might consider that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I was going to suggest even an amendment myself, basically just to say that the timing of implementation depends on, capacity to do it or something like that. I mean, that the point is that we have the opportunity to make this change, which I think is important for the long term. Obviously, we're a little bit focused right now on the fact that an election starts very soon, but this is not just about the 2022 cycle. This is about doing the right thing for the long term. So I'm not hung up on whether we're going to be ready to do everything perfectly in this current cycle. Having said that, you already basically said that we're not going to have the staffing to even do the part without my change to the memo, and so it strikes me that we were going to probably pass the memo without my amendment. We're talking about my amendment as if that's really the difference between implementation and not, but it seems to me that even implementing the part of having even the hard copy ones always submitted and available for people is not a given either. So to me, we either do it comprehensively or we don't, and we can give it the time to make it work. So I'm not, however you want to say, look for ways to implement,
including exploration.
And the other thing I was just going to say about that, though, is that to me, the onus of compliance is on the maker of the advertisement to submit and not on the clerk's office to receive and post somewhere. So, I mean, ultimately, if there's a complaint that says, somebody did this and never disclosed, we would have a record, whatever mechanism you have, some FTP, some clunky site, whatever record you would have a record that they did follow the obligation to submit, even if there's not a great technical solution in the short term for posting them somewhere. And to me, that's what's important. When somebody places an ad, they have to send it somewhere. So we have a record of that ad. That's the first step in getting this done. The long-term solution would be that those are then available right away for people to see, but that's less important to me.
Okay. So should I interpret that as friendly amendment accepted with perhaps an additional addition, which is implementation is going to be based upon resources?
You're right. I just want to make it clear. The implementation meaning the implementation to city's end, but that doesn't mean that obligation for creator of ads is any different, I guess is my point.
Okay. And the secondary?
Can you repeat that again, Councilmember Cohen? What you just said?
So I guess the friendly amendment would be that we would look into finding technical solutions, that the timeline for implementation on the city's piece of this would be dependent on having the ability to implement the technical side.
Thank you.
And I'll ask the Mayor's Office of Technology Innovation team to get on it as well. That's okay with the secondary? Okay. Yeah, I should also add, I think Councilman Cohen's right. There's going to be plenty of watchdogs out there in any contested election, plenty of folks on the other side of whatever the message is who are going to say, hey, we don't like that ad. Let's find out whether or not they followed the rules. So I think there will be plenty of folks hustling to ensure that people are complying. And the real question is what will be the burden on the clerk's office. Hopefully there'll be a technological solution so the burden will be considerably less, but what will be the burden for verification? And I know that's to be determined. Okay. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking on behalf of those that may be on a ballot next year, I'm curious when you may return with that information, being the motion is a little open-ended in regards to requesting, right, a response from you and maybe looking into the technology. Would you be coming back, you think, in short time, or is this something that you may come back in, a couple months? What is your thought?
I would prefer to come back in January or February, and that's because we've got Charter Review Commission wrapping up. Redistricting is wrapping up, but heading over to you, so that's not done yet. So my focus will not be entirely on a good timeline because I need to get those other things to you, and they're very, very work intensive right now.
So if you came back January or February, would the changes then be implemented sort of midstream on the current or the upcoming elections? I
think what I would like to do in the timeline is to figure out what can I do early, which would be working with the mayor's smart technology group to find some sort of temporary solution, and what we can get done in time for the nomination period in the early election. And then working with the budget office for a longer term solution. I know you guys think elections every 2 years, but for me it's every single fiscal year has an election. So if we're looking long term, that's what I would like to do in the timeline is what can we do right now with what we have? Can I have like a temporary staff person, maybe, so anyway, that's what, I'm starting to repeat myself, so I'm going to stop.
No worries, thank you. I know you're thinking through it on the fly. So would you then be able to come back with that earlier response on what's possible sooner over the next couple weeks, and then come back with a more comprehensive response in a couple months on the longer term solution?
Again, I'd prefer to come back first meeting of January. And the reason you guys have a very, very full election or agenda through the December 14th meeting. And I don't necessarily want to take time away from that. I also need to get you those other two things within the next 2 weeks. But I think first meeting in January, you guys will have a little breathing space as well. It's before the nomination period. And I'll have time to work with the budget office too on that.
Some of us will be breathing more heavily than others, but I am curious still, back to the same question, would it then, any changes say that you bring forward January or February, talk about implementation, would they then be incorporated sort of midstream? Because as things will kick off next month, and then some of this may not, so they would.
That's what I mean by I can give you what we can do right now at the first meeting of January. And then what we can implement as we go on.
Okay.
And we could probably, if people are filing things, we can always post them late if needed, based on that particular timeline.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll just add for those that are not privy to today's discussion that we make it clear to the candidates that are all entering in the races that they're aware of this conversation and these changes that will be to come. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. I think those are all the comments on this motion. Let's vote. This is on 3.5 in the memorandum.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, on to 3.6. I wanted to recommend that we take these on in serial format because I think there's going to be a fair amount of discussion in some details. There's a back and forth with the attorneys and each other, so happy to start wherever anyone would like to jump in. And if not, I guess I could. So let me just jump in then, and I'd say I appreciate the formulation of the public financing option that was suggested in the memorandum. And so I'd be inclined to support that. I guess I don't make motions, so I won't do that. But anyway, Councilmember Cohen?
Well, then I'll go ahead and move, I guess we're doing these separately, so item 1, wait, no, item 2, I guess,
yeah.
is first.
Okay.
Item 2 of the memo.
I guess that's all subject to budget appropriation, ultimately.
Second.
Well, it's just bringing back a proposal. It's not funded yet. The other, I just want to make a clarification on that because there were some questions about 2B4 and what it means. It says be opposed by a candidate who has also met the criteria for public financing. I think that's a little, just to be clear, I think the real spirit of that is that there should be an opponent, right, in order to receive public financing. The details of how to identify who an opponent is and whether there's an opponent, I think should be part of the recommendation that comes back. This kind of implies that the person has to meet the criteria of public financing, which wouldn't necessarily be true if the method of public financing is you have to have $205 donations or something, and somebody could self-fund and be an opponent and wouldn't necessarily. So I just want to make it clear that the spirit wasn't to be that prescriptive on 2B4.
Okay. All right, any other comments? All right, let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next up. Again, if nobody wants to jump in, I'll just jump in and state my concern. My concern on number 3, around extending the campaign contribution period for council mayoral races to 60 days after the election date. This is actually something that I think we eliminated during the sunshine reforms about a decade and a half ago. And, I think the concern was, I can't remember exactly how it got messy, but I know that there were some ethically messy situations that arose. And ultimately, we determined at the time that it was probably not a good thing to encourage candidates and campaigns to incur debt in their campaigns. And it's bad whether you win or lose the election. If you lose the election and you're stuck with debt, or your debtors, or your printing company or whatever it is that didn't get the money is obviously out of the money. And if you win, then you're in the position of being the person in office who then has to go hustle contributions to prevent you from being personally liable for the money, depending on what the rules are. And certainly it's a good way for donors to align themselves with the winning horse, but it doesn't bode well for public perception of the integrity of our process. And so I was concerned about this particular provision. And I thought that it was a good idea for us a decade and a half ago simply to say, stop fundraising when the election's done. But I know there will be differing views, so just want to put that out there. Councilman Cohen?
Okay, well, as you know, I'm going to we want to move it, so I'll make the motion for number 3, but let me make the case too. I think, obviously having gone through a cycle, I understand now better, and I fully understand the spirit behind the idea that, once an election's over, you don't want to influence over winning candidates and maybe the way it might appear. I think win or lose, there's people out there who often offer help for people who have campaign debt at the end of their campaign. And as what I learned was we're pretty much the only jurisdiction around that has this strict of a rule as far as not being able to retire debt. And people were very surprised to find out that was a rule in San Jose, given all the other cities around us don't have this rule. State races don't have this rule. We have very strict rules, though, about carrying money over, about being able to give money to other candidates, about things that I think that limit us in terms of being able to raise money that goes beyond the debt that we've incurred in a campaign or that anybody has incurred in a campaign. It struck me as difficult for candidates, even more difficult for candidates of lower means, to be able to do what they might need to do at the end of a campaign when they don't have quite the funding to run a campaign against a better funded candidate. For some people, maybe it doesn't matter as much, or maybe you end up with debtors who don't, people who you owe money to that just don't get paid, or maybe it's money out of pocket for the candidate. But certainly candidates of higher means are more willing to then put things out of pocket at the end of a campaign and not have an opportunity to go out and try to fill that gap. So it seems to me that this equalizes things a little bit with candidates who have fewer resources to be able to fund their own campaign, to know that they have some time outside of the rigors of the campaign season to finish raising that money that they need for their campaign. And to me, the timeline could be a little bit different, a little bit changed a bit. I understand, obviously, the candidates, while they're not in office yet, if they've won the election, are the incoming, if they're a new candidate, or it might be somebody who's run for re-election. But it does seem to me that we've put a lot of restrictions on campaign financing in this city. Our contribution limits are fairly low compared to other cities. Our ability to raise money, ends the night before the election. There could be people who, are willing to contribute at the last minute who miss a date. It just seems to me that we've put so many restrictions on it that it makes it hard at the end of campaigns for candidates to fully balance their spending versus their fundraising and be able to not incur debt. So that's the spirit behind this. Not trying to, add influence of any kind over candidates, but to make it easier for people who end up in a circumstance that this city's rules, put them in. So I'm moving my number 3, and we'll see if there's a second.
There was a second, was it? Yeah, there was a second. Okay, Councilmember Jimenez. Okay, Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. And I want to hear more of the rationale for why. I mean, I appreciate a lot of what you're saying, Councilmember Cohen. I think my one specific concern is the appearance of corruption. And the simple thought process that I went through in reflecting on this is you have 2 candidates. And during the campaign, they're fundraising as candidates who haven't won. We don't know who's going to win. And so hopefully in that context, people are giving to the candidate who they really, truly are aligned with and believe in. And they both overspend. They both have $10,000 worth of debt at the end. Well, the candidate who wins now, I think, is going to have a lot more people show up to that fundraiser to help them pay off their debts. And I have had the experience in years past of being invited for supervisorial candidates to their post-election party. And I've literally had people say to me, oh, come meet the newly elected supervisor. They won. They're going to be in office for the next 4 years. You should really get to know them and come bring a check so you can help them pay off their debt. And there's just something about that to me that feels a little weird, frankly. And I actually think that there is once you've run the election and one candidate has won, now there really is an asymmetry between the two. One has public stature and power and influence and is about to enter into an office with official duties and is going to be making important decisions, and the other is just going to go back to being what they've been, right? And so I just feel like we're advantaging the candidate who wins has all this leverage to get people to come show up and bring them a check after the election. And I think the candidate who loses doesn't. And so to me, it feels like we've created an asymmetry. And I wonder, maybe as an alternative, if I will say this, I think that our strict limits on fundraising, where you're only allowed to fundraise for 180 days, while it has some advantages, I do think it disadvantages newcomers and challengers. I think it's easier for an incumbent or somebody who's been in politics for a long time to raise a lot of money quickly in that 180 days. So I wondered if you considered, or if it's worth a discussion here about maybe moving allowing more days on the front end when they're both equally just candidates to have more time to build up their campaign and fundraise, versus having this hangover after the election where one has won the election, one hasn't, and now there's a real asymmetry of power and influence. So anyway, to me, it appears somewhat corrupt to say, well, I just won, now come to my party and bring a check and help me out. And I feel like we'd be better off keeping the limit at the election day, but maybe considering a longer time frame for people to fundraise so that those newcomers have more time to get out there and build connections. And I feel like that might better solve the problem if that's the problem we're trying to solve.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. Just to put something on the floor, I guess I'd be curious if there was if we thought of this, for example, if this moved forward, but the folks that were allowed to give within that specified period would have had already given to the candidate, if you will. So you wouldn't necessarily have a newcomer to the political scene, Matt Mahan, being invited to one of these parties, right? It would have to be someone that had previously already given to the candidate. And would that be viewed as slightly different as it relates to the perception or the...
I think it could. I wonder about the constitutionality of saying you can give and you can't. And there might be I haven't really thought through it. I mean, it sounds better, but it may cause new problems.
Yeah.
Could I suggest one new problem?
Spitballing, right? I mean, that's what we're doing. But
yeah, if I could throw out one potential problem with that is that it may allow folks to skirt the limitations of contributions, right? Because if I just run up enough debt, then I don't have to abide by the limit on the prior contribution. And I guess that's going to be a question really as to whether or not the limits continue to apply after the election.
Yeah, I mean, the spirit of my motion was that whatever limits continue to exist, that doesn't change the other rules. It only extends the time period. And I will say, I mean, I don't like to talk about it's all about one campaign or one candidate, but I mean, I only have my own experience to draw from. But there are situations where people say, I may not support you now, but I'm perfectly happy to help you even if you pay off some debt. I mean, I've been told that by people. So it's not clear to me that you always won't get any. I mean, it might be harder. I mean, I'm not going to deny that it might be harder for a candidate who doesn't win, but there are situations where a candidate who doesn't win but is in debt will still be able to raise money after. They would still have the $700 limit. So that doesn't change, right? And I've always said I don't believe any of us up here have been bought off by a $700 contribution. I would hope that that's not the case. So I would hope. I mean, yes, there might be some perception, but I doubt that somebody's going to say, "Oh, well, now that I got $700 from this person, my whole, public view has changed on things," right? So to me, I think it's a question of aligning ourselves with what other jurisdictions allow people to do, and also it does, as I said, I do think. It helps people who are, have less means and who end up maybe having to either stiff people who they owe money to or are out of pocket and, might not be as comfortable with, the fact that they've gone in debt. And I understand, you can argue you shouldn't spend more than you raise, but, when it gets to the heat of a campaign at the end and you're close, people often put out that one extra thing or spend that little extra that they didn't necessarily pencil out ahead of time. So that's the spirit behind this. And I do think that people could contribute in both sides. You can figure out how you'd want to do it, whether it would be as in a blatant way that Councilmember Mahan said may happen with supervisorial candidates. I mean, I would hope people would be able to do this without having it look like, well, I'm doing a meet and greet fundraiser right now or a day after the election or something. But it strikes me that this would help, and this was an opportunity, I think, for me to just suggest a way to help candidates who have a lower level playing field. Now, it could be that with public financing rules, this will become less of an issue. It could be that when we get to public financing and you've limited your campaign spending because you've taken a voluntary limit, that all these things become less of an issue because you have necessarily spending caps. So maybe it's worth revisiting once we know what the public financing suggestion will be coming back. But I think in the meantime, this change matters to candidates. And I also want to talk about the beforehand part, the suggestion about moving it earlier. Given that we have a primary general election system, I think that in theory that helps in a primary, but doesn't necessarily help a candidate who gets through to the general election because they're raising for the whole cycle. And that far in advance of the general election is pretty hard to be able to say, I'm going to make more because I started a month earlier, that early in the cycle. So I don't think it would change that would do the same thing as the suggestion that I've put forward.
Okay. Well, after this meeting, Councilmember Cohen, I know everyone's going to be asking you about who those very kind donors are who want to give you money even when you've lost to retire your debt. So, Councilmember Perales.
I disagree with just the last statement, just kind of going backwards, and while we're spitballing ideas here, I actually do think that starting slightly sooner, even though it does only really affect the primary, I do think that helps with exactly what I think you're getting to in the memo here on individuals that may have more of a challenge, raising money for their campaigns. And I think for brand new candidates coming into races, that 6-month timeline, it is a hindrance when you are up against someone that has been an incumbent or someone that has been elected for some time and that could potentially raise money much more faster. And so I do think that earlier time frame is something that I would support. I don't know how much sooner, but month, 2 months, 3 months, or something. A shorter time frame, but at least something that could really help a newer candidate in a race. And I could support this direction if I think it had some clarifications. Number one, it sounds like you were talking about the same limits, and so I appreciate that. I think that should be there. I think it's interesting what Councilmember Jimenez said about, could you limit it to the people that had already contributed? So you're not necessarily getting, let's say, the other side's money now that's coming forward to say, ooh, let me come in and try to, create a relationship. I don't know how legal that would be or not either. So I think that, but I think that is a worthwhile idea to consider, considering the fact that these would be people that have already, contributed once. This essentially would give them that, rather than a primary and a runoff, it would give them sort of the after, like another cycle, right, for those donors. The other thing I would be interested in, and I don't know if this is possible, but a limitation on the overall dollar amount that you could raise. Since we are talking about retiring debts, and I would agree with the statement you said, I think it's always the better plan to try not and spend more than you have raised. But if indeed, right, as you pointed out, there's some wiggle room there at the end of a race. You don't know exactly how much you're going to get in, depending on what you may be invested in. I would hate to be that person coming out of the race and be $10,000, right, in debt for whatever reason it is, and then not have really an ability to figure out how to pay that off. But I do think that having a limitation on that overall dollar amount is important and could maybe take away this idea or this concept that now somebody can go out there and they're raising a significant amount of money to pay down debt, so they've made whatever it is, poor decisions, or they've just gotten to where they have sort of overinvested and then they recognize it'll get paid off afterwards. I don't know what that dollar amount would be, but I do think that if we had a limitation, so a cap on how much you can raise in this sort of the following 6 months, right, or 60 days, right, following 60 days, that this is the max you can do. So essentially, it puts a limit on, I think, your budgeting on what you may go over. So that I don't have a suggested number at the moment. I think as we're discussing this as an alternative addition, I'd be interested in hearing my colleagues' opinion on it, and I could support, I think, a motion if you included something like that.
Okay, that's not yet a friendly amendment request, is it? Okay.
I don't have a dollar amount to suggest at the moment,
right.
so
Understood. All right, we're going to let it simmer out there. Just suggest a couple things. One is, the concern about the advantage that affluent candidates might have over less affluent candidates, which is a very real concern. I think that exists regardless of whether you have this or not, right? I mean, that's just the reality. At any point during the campaign, more affluent candidate can decide they're going to spend their own money. And the Supreme Court says they can. I guess I just say, I think that if you're running for a position in which you're going to be managing a $4.5 billion budget, it's probably not a bad qualification for office that you be able to stay within your budget when you're running your campaign. And I just think that's it's not a horrible thing that we tell candidates you got to do that. I understand other cities do it differently. I just think it's very unseemly because I see in other cities when they're making decisions and fundraising on the same day, it's problematic, and I think the public views it that way. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you. This is a really interesting conversation. Thinking back to the last time that I ran, we had the primary in March, and it was absolutely difficult to raise funds during Christmas or holiday season, Hanukkah, whatever it is that you celebrate. And then the start of that new year. So I really like the idea of moving or extending the period before rather than after. And I also would support the limit for the 60 days in terms of what that amount would look like. I don't know. Maybe it's a certain percentage in relation to the maximum that we can all raise for council and for mayor. But I think we are solving for something if we put it ahead of time rather than after. But I would be supportive of both in the way that we're laying this out.
All right, other comments? Okay, it's back to you. Oh, Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to weigh in as well. I agree with Councilmember Arenas. I think that extending the time on the front end is a better way to go than extending the time on the back end. There is a limit to the amount that we can loan our campaigns at any one time. If I remember correctly, it's $20K, and so there is a limit to that. And I also agree with the mayor that if you can't budget during your campaign, don't really want you budgeting for the city as well, and maybe you should pay a price for that. So, and I say that knowing how hard it is to budget for a campaign and how many unknowns there are, but it does feel just really unseemly, especially for those of us who are running for office while holding an office, that we would be able to keep raising money after we've already either been elected or not been elected while we're still holding an office. So I can't vote for that. If there's going to be a separate motion about extending the 180 days to 210 or something else, 240 or something like that, I would be able to support that.
All right. So going back to the maker of the motion, Councilman Cohen.
Since there were questions raised about the motion itself, I mean, I considered the length of the time at the beginning to be a separate discussion, although I'm perfectly happy to lump it together with this discussion. I was trying not, when I say I mean, we wrote the memo. There's three of us, so I keep saying I, but from at least from my perspective, these are kind of two separate discussions because I think we have strict rules in the city, and I was trying to avoid affecting the pre-election rules because that's, to me, a different conversation. But I'm not, as others have said, that could help. I'm all for that. I actually have no disagreement with moving that time period forward at the beginning. I think it could help any candidate, obviously, to start sooner. But I understood why, and I think back to Councilmember Davis's point, I mean, the longer that window is open for candidates holding office, the more potentially unseemly it is, whether it's before or after the election, in my mind. So, I mean, you're either holding the office and raising money as an office holder before the election, or you're doing it slightly after the election. And I'll go back to some of the conversations that we had amongst ourselves here was, what's the right length of time? I even suggested 30 days because I wanted to make it as short as possible and not have it be after you've sworn into office and other things. But some people said, well, that's a quick time and you might need that break, and then you might decide I got to go out and raise some money. So we settled on the 60 days, but I'm not personally wedded to any specific number there. The idea of a cap on that is actually okay to me if that's where we want to go, and maybe we can't come up with a specific number now, but we would think about it before a proposal is brought back. Just keeping in mind that if we do the public financing piece, there will be a voluntary cap on how much can be spent by candidates as long as they accept the public financing. So that will already govern how much you can spend in your campaign And if you fall short of even that number, then this would still be an issue for you, but it may be less of an issue if there's public help for candidates. So, maybe this becomes less of an issue as we see that, but I've yet to see a specific proposal on public financing that tells me there's enough dollars going to be coming into the system to help candidates who need the help. So anyway, I'm perfectly happy to accept, nobody made a specific friendly amendment suggestion, but I'm happy to accept an extended time at the beginning. I'm happy to accept an idea of a cap for the post-election fundraising as well. I mean, even if it pays off part of the debt, if it goes to 20,000, I'm not saying 20,000 would be the cap, even if 5,000 is the cap and you say, well, I'm still better off raising the 5 than I would have been raising 0. I'm okay with any of those suggestions, but I don't know that any of us are prepared to specify those numbers right now. I guess my friendly amendment, I guess my amendment then would be, if everyone likes the idea, also adding the 30 days before the election, before the beginning of the cycle, to extend that period by 30 days, and then to consider, have the proposal coming back, consider a cap on what can be raised post-election to retire debt.
Okay, is that okay with the seconder? All right, seconder accepts that. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I appreciate the debate on this issue, and I don't disagree that campaigns should live within their means and fundraise as much as they can and then spend what they have fundraised. But I also am concerned about the means test. At the end of the campaign, the candidate has done everything they could. Maybe they're in debt, $5,000, $10,000, and I'm happy to have a cap on that as well. But they may not have the means to just absorb that debt themselves. And we're talking about campaign finance reform, and which would open up the ability of those folks who maybe didn't raise as much money as they needed to cover their debt by having contributors fundraise. So I'm supportive of item 3, and I'm supportive of the amendments that have been made. I like the idea of moving the ability to fundraise from 6 months to 7 months. Is that what you said? From 180 days to 210 days. I think that's great. Then you're not fundraising in the holidays, which is really a difficult time for those of us who have campaigns coming up. So I'm going to support it. I think it's in the right direction. I also would not be opposed to reducing the number of days that you can retire your debt from 60 to 30, if that is more palatable to folks. I think someone who has the need can actually figure out how to throw together a fundraiser for themselves in the 30-day period. So all in all, I like the direction that this is going, and I think it just heightens our campaign finance reform, and it's something that we need to do and we need to implement with the provisions in place. And I want to make it really clear that there is a fundraising or a contribution limitation of $700 for a city council race. What is it, 14 for a mayoral race? One of the mayoral candidates should know that. But that doesn't mean that someone could contribute $700 in the primary and then $700 to retire the debt. This means that it's still a total of $700 campaign contribution, correct? Okay. So then I don't have a problem with it, and I'm going to support the motion and the amendments.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, I just want to ask Councilmember Cohen, you're amenable to the 30 days as opposed to the 60 days?
I'm amenable. I mean, maybe at this point, since we're not actually voting on the actual ordinance, we sort of express that we wanted that those days are not fixed and that we come back with a recommendation and that we then talk about the days later. But I'm amenable to the timeline being something we figure out actually come back with an ordinance, but I mean, if everyone wants it now, I'm perfectly happy to accept it as a friendly amendment now, if that sounds like what people prefer.
Okay, I'm really on the fence. I'm not really crazy about the after the election, but if you would bifurcate the motion, I'd be happy to vote for the extension before, from 180 to 210 or whatever the number is, from 6 months to 7 months.
Okay, I mean, I'm okay with bifurcating it, but I don't, you know, it just seems like let's just move forward with one motion. I'll just make one other comment since I have the microphone on. One of the things about campaigns that's different than budgeting in other situations is the influence of independent expenditures, and we did just talk about that, but, and I raised this concern before, the more we limit candidates in this city on their fundraising, the more power we're giving to the independent expenditures, and there's a huge amount of money. We know in our campaigns last time, 2 to 3 times as much was spent, actually probably more than 3 times was spent by non-candidate controlled committees than the candidates themselves, and a lot of that comes in at the last minute, and that necessitates adjustments and extra spending, I think, on some candidates' parts. And so it's a very different thing to plan out a campaign in a vacuum with where you're just running against other candidates versus running against the influence of large dollars coming in from elsewhere that are not constrained by all the same things that the candidates are constrained by. And that's why this is really important to me to find ways to help level the playing field back to candidates controlling their message and controlling the campaign. So I just wanted to make that point, that this is the reason why I think this is important and why candidates often do spend at the end of their campaign beyond what they've raised because of what's happening out of their control.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and I know we're close to landing the plane, but I just want to circle the airport just one more time. Can somebody explain to me the rationale behind the 180-day requirement? I just don't remember the rationale behind why we even had that. To prevent, candidates from fundraising much earlier. Does anybody remember the rationale behind that?
There's not one specifically stated. We'd have to go back and look at the record. I do think it came out of the Sunshine Task Force or something before that. I think but the attitude behind it is that I've heard the rationale in other settings to, so the elected officials focus on the job at hand as opposed to fundraising all the time. If there's a seasonal legislature, sometimes that can have some bearing as well, but this body is not one of them.
Yeah, actually, I recall since I ran in 2006, God, that seems like a long time. It was. Actually, I think that predated the Sunshine reforms. I think the 180 days, because I think
it's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
we'd have to look.
And the reason why I'm asking is because it never made much sense to me why we even had that restriction. And if we're talking about expanding it for another 30 days, why not even expand it even farther out unless there's some rationale behind?
I think the rationale for some limitation is something similar to what Councilmember Cohen said, which is if you're an incumbent and you're raising money, then obviously keeping that period of time which you're raising money constrained is certainly better for the public confidence of the system, that we're not just raising money for the whole time we're here. We know what it looks like in Congress, and it doesn't look great.
Right. And what about for non-incumbents?
Yeah, good point.
Well, you would still have the contribution limit as well. So that would stay. So if you remove the what I referred to as the temporal limit, we would just have to create some sort of period of time where that contribution limit is in effect, and then I guess after the election, it would start over again. Okay. Yeah,
so I'm not going to, ask for a friendly amendment or make a change to what's currently on the floor, but that's definitely something that I'm probably going to raise in the future because I just don't understand why, we had that limitation. And you talk about fundraising during the holidays. We're still talking about fundraising in November, which is, going into the holidays as well. So why not be able to fundraise in October or September? So anyway, I just want to make that point. And also, I want to reinforce what Councilmember Cohen said about the IEs. I think when I ran the first time, it was about 3 or 4 to 1 in terms of IE expenditures to what we raise as candidates. So everything we do can potentially skew the balance between, what we raise and what we do as candidates and what the IEs are doing. So that's the mayor. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's vote on Councilman Cohen's motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco, Davis,
No.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, there's one remaining provision. Councilor Cohen, did you want to make a motion again, or?
I could leave it to someone else, but there were 3 of us on the memo. But
If you'd
anyway.
like to
Okay.
put the work on
Now
someone
I'll
else.
move item 1 for this purpose of discussion on item 1 on the memo.
All right, there's a motion and second on item 1. Let me just raise my concern, which is, frankly, I don't have any problem with limitations on federal entities, or foreign entities, rather, and their contributions. And there are pretty strong prohibitions already in both federal and state law, as I understand it, and I think the memorandum describes this in great detail on page 9. Both federal and California law prohibit foreign individuals, governments, and entities from making contributions or independent expenditures favoring candidates. Corporations and other entities organized or having principal place of business in a foreign country are covered by the foreign contribution spending ban under state and federal law. Okay. The challenge here is, we all want to create election and campaign rules that are simple and straightforward, easy for everybody to understand, easily enforceable, right? With very clear lines. We have our share of gotchas, and those occur when people attempt to comply with the spirit of the law, and they get tripped up, maybe because they learn information that they didn't know at the time. Maybe they get tripped up because our rules vary so much from some other cities. And I know we have one other city we're looking at, this is Seattle. But I guess as we think about it, Mark, you described the First Amendment constraint. I'm trying to remember the language you used. That it be somehow or another connected to, like you described the language, connected to some concern about corruption.
Closely drawn is the term that the Supreme Court has used. So they're looking
Closely
at
drawn.
the fit between what the government's means are and its stated objectives. And
Right.
there has to be some relationship between them. So in the case of a contribution ban, a good example, if you're trying to limit quid pro quo corruption among, say, contractors,
right.
then a ban on contractors would be closely drawn. That's
Right.
an example that the court has reached.
Okay. So there's got to be some connection, obviously, between the concern you have about corruption and what you're doing.
Right.
So if some accounting firm or law firm, because these are professional corporations, they have, 5 or 20 or 30 partners, and one of them is working in an office in Mexico or Canada where they live, because they're Mexican or Canadian national, then presumably they'd be caught up in this, even though they might be 98% American owned. Is that fair to say?
Well, they would have to have some sort of ownership interest
Right.
in
If
the
they're
company.
partners, like in any accounting or
True.
law firm, they would then presumably they have proportionate share, right? If there are 20, 30, 40 partners and one of them is out of the country, you got a problem, right?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And so I guess I just want to understand better from anyone who signed on to the memo, what is the problem we're trying to correct that we don't think is covered by existing state and federal prohibitions? Because, and by that I mean, I've been around about 15 years, and I haven't heard a single allegation of foreign influence in a local city council election or mayoral election. I certainly am no fan of Russian bots on Facebook, and Lord knows, some campaigns in 2016 might have used them very effectively. I'm worried about the very, very low threshold here, which is going to play gotcha with somebody who's going to be complying with the spirit of the law, and maybe they don't even know exactly what the allocation is of ownership in a precise way. Maybe a private corporation, maybe a public one, and I'm just concerned about the gotcha. So what exactly is the problem we're trying to solve? Are there some allegations of some foreign influence in our campaigns?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're modeling this on what, as I said, there were other examples of cities that have had
Well, there were
this
two,
level. I mean,
and only
right.
one of them is effective because St. Petersburg was preempted. So it's just Seattle.
Oh, it's just Seattle. Okay, well, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know much about other jurisdictions. I mean, obviously, we're trying to align our fundraising rules, our financing rules with what we believe is, the spirit of the foreign influence rules and make it I mean, I'm not giving examples. I don't know what company. I'm not trying to target any specific company or anything. So I don't want to sit here and give an example. But it strikes me that the spirit of the foreign influence rules can be skirted if you don't have some rules that are a little stricter than what the federal rules are. And so, we did talk about the number. I mean, we can, talk with, I'm not the only one that made a decision on this 1% number. So I want others to weigh in on that. But I mean, I think that, we were modeling this after what other cities, what at least the one city has done as far as that, finding that definition and that number that.
And to be clear, my concern isn't that there's a prohibition of foreign contributions, that threshold is so very, very low that it can serve as a gotcha. And if it's a majority-owned foreign corporation, I get it, right?
Yeah, there was one other piece of that 1%, which matched with what the SEC defines as a foreign corporation.
Yeah, but the SEC doesn't enforce campaign laws.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying that we were matching that definition.
Yeah, but that's only for public aid corporations, and we've got. I mean, every accounting firm and law firm in the city is privately owned. They're not subject to SEC rules. So I guess what I'm saying is even if it's Chevron, it's hard enough, right? But I guarantee you Chevron's going to be at least 5% foreign owned. But it's hard enough to figure that out, even if you've got to disclose to the SEC. I'm just concerned about those situations where folks get tripped up. So I put that out there as my concern. The threshold is so low. That is my concern. All right, any other comments? Councilor Mahan?
Well, just to extend your example, if you have a really small local business that's a couple and one is a U.S. citizen and the other is foreign born, does that fall? I mean, that would fall into the same situation, I guess. Is that right?
Well, if they're a legal resident, then they can participate. So green card holders are exempt from for the ban under foreign law.
Okay.
But if they're undocumented, they're not.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would assume in that situation, the non-citizen or a non-U.S. born person is a legal resident.
Okay. And what do we imagine the certification process would entail?
Well, so in the proposed ordinance, there's some criteria that sorry, not in the proposed ordinance, but in Seattle, they require corporations to certify under penalty of perjury if they're going to participate. And I believe they have to have a statement, basically a declaration signing off that we've had reasonable due diligence and determined that our corporation is not foreign influence as defined under the section. And then that information is then going to be filed with the city clerk, and it's supposed to be transmitted to the candidate or independent expenditure committee that the corporation is giving to. So we would likely model something after whatever the city of Seattle does, whatever form or declaration that they provide, or develop one in-house.
Okay. And Councilmember Cohen, to your points about the influence of IEs and outside spending dwarfing the ability of candidates to fundraise, which I agree with, would we only limit this rule to IEs?
No, I mean, I think the rule is about contributions to candidates. I guess I was thinking about how we define corporation maybe is part of the question here, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to come back because we have to have a specific definition that will be in the ordinance about how we define corporation. So I mean, I guess I hadn't thought about like these small, the small 2 or 3 person business as opposed to, larger entities. But I want to see if anybody else has any.
Sure, yeah, I'll continue to listen. I mean, I have some concerns about implementation here, but I'll continue to listen to others.
For whatever it's worth, if it were a majority ownership, I'd be supportive of it, and then there would be no question that somebody would know. That would just be what I would suggest. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I was hoping if someone from the city attorney's office can chime in to the extent you guys delved a little deeply into the Seattle ordinance and see if you have any thoughts as to how it played out with them, or how any thoughts, suggestions as it relates to their interpretation and how they're applying it, what impact it's had.
I've only looked in so far as media reports and things like that. My calls to Seattle have not been responded to. I'll certainly look further. There was a comment about it applying broader than corporations. I didn't read their ordinance that way, but it's possible that they apply it. It was enacted, I believe, in 2020 last year, and they just had an election off cycle. And I'm not aware of any problems that they've run into, but I'll certainly follow up with, or attempt to follow up with their office, their city attorney's office, to see if they had any issues.
Okay, thank you. And I'm open to having a discussion about the majority and certainly like to hear what other colleagues think. I think my prime concern as it relates to this is just simply that, we're not in Podunk, Arkansas, if you will, right? We understand that here in this, and I'm no offense to folks from Arkansas, but we are here in Silicon Valley where there's massive corporations really putting their thumb on the scale in many different ways in our society. And so that was the prime driver for me, including this back in the day. And I realized it, and I suspect it probably needs more vetting, but I think that is the driving force behind this. And so certainly willing and to hear any adjustments or thoughts as it relates to majority, minority, whatever it may be. But that is the spirit of this, and I think that's what I hope carries the day as it relates to doing something about this. So it's not an issue, right? I'm not interested in waiting to see if some of these corporations are actively doing it and how they're doing it. I actually want to prevent them from doing it. And so that's the interest that I have in moving this forward.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. This is the same question I had previously that was actually more appropriate for this. Thanks to Councilmember Davis for helping to clarify my confusion. But Tony, and this is a similar question that I had previously, just in regards to clarity on timing. I know you put the same supplemental memo here with this one. And so what is your thought? Clearly, we haven't come to a direction just yet, but based on the conversations and the current idea around where we may go, your thought on when some of this work actually is going to be accomplished, or is this completely reliant on, say, the budget process? What is your response there?
Yeah, I would like to include this as part of the timeline workup, so I can do a more thorough review of what can we do, when can we do it, and also work with the budget office.
Thank you. For reference, in case nobody saw the mayor squirt, and that was his phone.
That was my duck, actually.
Was his duck, yeah.
Thank you.
So a similar question than as before. Any, say, changes that maybe there's a possibility they get implemented midstream next year, would they then go into effect whenever they get implemented? And then I'm curious in this regard, how do you maybe backtrack on some of this, right? Because you need to go back and go, wait a second, did some of those contributions that I got prior to this ordinance coming into effect, what would that look like?
My understanding would be we would have to, I would say it would be day forward. I mean, if this,
Maybe that's a legal question?
I think I have to work with the attorney's office, because my heart says day forward, because I don't want to punish anybody for doing something where we're not ready to implement it. But I always go with whatever the attorney's office tells me.
Right. I would say retroactivity I think is what you're referring to. This would be something that would move forward. So if a contribution was given by a corporation that, say, would fall under this criteria, the day before the ordinance's effectiveness, then that would be okay. It would be difficult to require disgorgement or punish somebody for acting under the law that was in effect at that time and try to make a retroactive provision. So it would be something that would move forward.
And we would, if whatever ordinances get approved by you guys, we'll put prominent links on our campaign webpage, and then anybody who has submitted a 410 or 501, which are intentions to run, not necessarily, filing nomination papers, but which I always say because people assume if I filed a 410, I'm on the ballot. No, nomination period. But anybody who's filed a 410 or 501 will get a notice also to say, hey, these ordinances have been approved at council. Please view them on our website. So I wouldn't want to just make people have to watch council meetings to know ordinances are coming. So we would
Okay.
let them know.
Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Tough enough to force, and the public to watch. Anyway, so I guess I just want to indicate we are at just about the 5 o'clock hour. Because we are so close to landing this plane, as Vice Mayor would put it, let's go through these remaining comments. I have Councilmember Foley followed by the Vice Mayor, and then we're going to land this plane and vote.
Thank you. I appreciate the debate on the issue and the concerns about this issue. And I really don't feel we're ready to vote. I feel there's a lot of changes and modifications to be done on this. And so I would move that we defer this item for 90 days.
Second.
Okay, so there's this substitute motion to defer. Vice Mayor?
I can go along with the deferral there. So
Okay.
I'll hold off on what I was going to say.
Okay.
For 90 days?
We'll all be waiting for your brilliance 90 days from now. All right. Any final comments before we vote on the substitute motion? All right. Oh, Councilmember Arenas, you have the final word.
Whoa. So I wanted to just gain some understanding around the 90 days. Usually when we defer an item, we defer it based on the other agenda items that we are dealing with. What's your logic behind the 90 days?
Because we're heading into the holidays, I'm concerned about the impact on the clerk's office, on Tony's office, and 90 days is what, January, late January?
Yeah, 90 days is about February 15th.
February 15th. Okay, thank you for doing the math so quickly. 60? No, I just think 90 days is a number that gets us where we need to be instead of 60 days coming back and not having what we still may need. But so that's how I came up with 90 days.
I would be able to support it only if we got some feedback from administration on this. Otherwise, I think it's a date that isn't really supported by anything in particular. And I think we're closer than what maybe your motion reflects. I think we were hovering and we were really, really close. So it would be wonderful just to finalize this conversation and not have to bring it back. I believe from now to the end of the year, we're going to potentially begin to have our council meetings at 11 a.m. So I get that we're going to have a lot of items, but the logic needs to make sense to me.
Okay, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Nay.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
No.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we'll come back to that item soon. But for now, we're going to move ahead. I want to say thank you and my apologies to the many folks who've been waiting to participate in our discussion, particularly on the roadmap update. We will get back to that as soon as we can. but we have, apparently the Rules Committee has committed us to a 5 p.m. start on 10.3, which are changes to the general plan, land use, transportation diagram, zoning map, municipal code for properties within Coyote Valley, associated with the general plan for your review. And I know we've got many members of the community who'd like to participate in that, so we will commence that now as Michael and Chris make their way down to the box. We have a presentation. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm joined, of course, by Chris Burton, our PBC Director, Robert Rivera, who is the project manager on the item tonight. Also joining us remotely is David Keon, our CEQA planner on this item tonight. We have a relatively brief presentation, which will be up momentarily. Okay. I guess I can go ahead and get started without the show. So I think, as you all know, that our general plan, which I believe is unique of general plans in the state of California, has a 4-year review of the general plan process, which was included in the Envision San Jose general plan as a way to keep the general plan up to date, relevant, and adapt to changing context. So every 4 years, we reconvene a task force. The council provides us with an approved scope of work, and that's the work for the task force and staff to bring recommendations to council on. There are 3 batches of work that you'll be hearing. The first is tonight, which is Coyote Valley. The second will be on November 30th, which we're lovingly calling the Everything But the Kitchen Sink. It's essentially all the general plan items except Coyote Valley and Opportunity Housing. And then on December 14th, we will bring staff's recommendation on Opportunity Housing to you. Oh, I have the clicker. Covered that more or less. So I just want to acknowledge there are, I think it's 43 members of the task force. I'm not going to read all their names, but there they are, and they were very committed to this process. We met with them over about a year and a half. I just want to acknowledge their work on the whole 4-year review process. So I'm not going to go through the whole scope, but specifically for Coyote Valley, the council directed the task force and staff to look at 2 things. One is to analyze the potential redistribution of job capacity for North Coyote Valley to other growth areas and conduct an analysis of fiscal and other effects upon the city with this potential loss of employment land. And then also the other scope item was to discuss the long-term future of North Coyote Valley and the Mid-Coyote Urban Reserve to achieve key objectives, including the preservation of open space and wildlife habitat, flood and groundwater protection, agriculture, climate change resilience, and passive recreation. So Coyote Valley has a really long history in this city. I won't go through all of it, but it starts back in the 1950s with Dutch Hammond and his famed Panzer Division that was annexing remote parts of San Jose, or parts that are now trying to annex places like Cupertino and Campbell as well. And there was annexations that occurred there in 1958, starting back in the late 50s, zoning to single-family zoning districts. In the and the whole area was planned for urbanization, essentially. In the mid-1970s, the city changed direction with the General Plan 75 and decided to preserve the majority of Coyote for open space and ag uses. Then in 1984, it shifted direction again and established, to a large extent, the framework that we have in our current general plan today. So there are three geographic areas of Coyote that have different policies. One, of course, is North Coyote Valley, which is currently an employment growth area. And it's been planned, again, for many, many years for sort of rural kind of campus, office, industrial type uses. Then there's Mid Coyote Valley, which is an urban reserve in the general plan. It's not, in the Envision San Jose general plan, it's not intended for urbanization through the year 2040, but is held in reserve until some point in time the city could consider it for urban uses such as housing and or commercial. The land uses that are currently allowed there are agricultural uses, and then east of Monterey Highway, it also allows private recreation uses that are compatible or that are more open space in character. Then the dark green area is South Coyote Valley, which is the long-established green belt between San Jose and Morgan Hill that goes back to the Horizon 2000 general plan in 1984. So that some of the policy context changes that have occurred that sort of set up this conversation we're going to have tonight. One is that the voters approved Measure T in 2018 with 70% of the voters voting to approve it. As a result of that, in November 2019, the City Council approved $96 million or $50 million to contribute to a purchase with Post and OSA of 937 acres in North Coyote Valley. That's the land that was owned by Zebrato and the Brandenburg family. This leaves approximately 314 acres of developable land with an industrial park general plan designation. Yeah, those are the parcels that are teal. So some other policy context changes is that in 2018, San Jose approved the its Climate Smart plan, which really doubles down on the direction of the general plan to achieve our greenhouse gas reduction goals. And Strategy 3.1 is really about creating local transit accessible jobs and establishing strategies to reduce carbon by reinforcing a development in low VMT areas consistent with our general plan. And then another policy change was the council approval of policy 5.1, which is the vehicle miles traveled policy, essentially. That established VMT as the primary metric for evaluating transportation impacts under CEQA. And it really is about facilitating development in parts of the city where VMT is lower, can be mitigated, and not encouraging or facilitating most development in the areas that are red and unmitigable. I should note, though, that for employment uses, since we have goals to become a regional job center and a more balanced community, there is always a path forward to employment in those red VMT areas. Oh, sorry. I have my mask down because it's hard to understand people when they have their mask on, so I apologize. So the other change planning context was that in 2018, the County Board of Supervisors approved the agricultural plan, the purpose of which was to protect agricultural lands as a long-term resource and minimize the impacts of climate change. It identifies agricultural resources areas and promotes land preservation policies and programs to support the long-term viability of agricultural land. This agricultural plan does include Mid-Coyote Valley and the South Coyote Valley Greenbelt. And some of the actions in this plan include creating consistency in the designation of agriculture between the county and the cities, and alignment of the general plan policies around agriculture. Other strategies include preventing the establishment of incompatible uses to agriculture and prevention of the conversion of ag lands to rural ranchettes. So some other sort of key planning context changes is the Plan Bay Area 2040 and adopted in 2017, established most of Coyote Valley as an identified priority conservation area, an area that that there was much agreement about intending to conserve and not urbanize going forward into the future. Also, there's AB 948 signed into law in 2019 by the legislature, by the governor, which designated over 17,000 acres in Coyote Valley as a resource of statewide significance. And there's executive order signed by the governor, from the governor, issued in 2020, establishing a goal of conserving 30% of California's natural and working lands. So these are some of the big changes that have happened since 2011 when the general plan was first approved. So, so obviously Coyote, I think we're all aware, has a number of natural resources, including a number of endangered species. And studies have documented the ecological value for these rare and endangered species. In particular, it's been identified as a priority area for conservation, particularly because it provides a linkage between the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Diablo Range in the east. It's one of the few areas in the county that is undeveloped and animals can access the two mountain ranges. Coyote Valley also accounts for almost 50% of the undeveloped aquifer recharge areas for Silicon Valley, based on studies by the Water District, and it is highly vulnerable to contaminant releases due to shallow groundwater depth and high permeability. So most of the farmland in Coyote Valley is designated as having Class 1 soils and is farmland of statewide importance. And Class 1 soils are the most productive soils for agriculture. There are people that are still farming out there. Hay, you'll see hay, which is not a big value crop, but you're also seeing people doing specialty farming, such as Asian vegetables, mushrooms, and walnuts. We acknowledge there are a number of challenges to farming out there, not just in Coyote Valley, but throughout the county, including rural ranchette houses that have sprung up that create operational challenges for farmers. The large number of small lots, challenges of bringing labor into the area and the cost of labor, incompatible uses, and land held for speculation, which often means that farmers cannot lease land get a long-term lease and therefore invest in the land with infrastructure such as irrigation for farming. And so I just want to acknowledge the general plan recognizes these resources, and it currently includes goals and policies to protect agricultural lands that facilitate production and provide access to local foods, as well as promote environmental, fiscal, and economic benefits of rural agricultural land. So let me talk about the jobs in Coyote Valley. So I think, as many of you have heard, that back in the 80s, Steve Jobs was interested in building the Apple mothership, not in Cupertino, but in North San Jose. Tandem Computer was looking at building their headquarters down there as well. And then in the early 2000s, Cisco is going to build millions of square feet of office R&D space. So it's been planned for a long time for these type of uses. And the vision was generally for more R&D, office, industrial, tech type of uses, not that other employment uses were not allowed, but that was really the vision. But there's really been a change in the marketplace, especially in the technology world, economy. And so what we are seeing now, we did hire an economist, strategic economics, to do an analysis on the land, real estate analysis. And we are acknowledging that there is current demand, but it's primarily for warehouse and distribution type uses. These are the type of uses that focus on last mile delivery, logistics. So North Coyote, what we've learned in talking to developers, it's not the first choice location. However, building in a greenfield versus an urban location is a much easier development prospect. So North Coyote Valley was planned for 35,000 jobs. And of the remaining land that hasn't been purchased by the City Post and the Open Space Authority and is undeveloped, there are 314 acres of land, which you're seeing in teal there. I do want to note, just clarify one point, and that is that the task force and staff did recommend moving 35,000 jobs out of Coyote Valley, North Coyote Valley employment area, and moving them downtown to accommodate anticipated growth in downtown for jobs, not just from the Downtown West Google project, but also from other developments that are occurring or anticipated to happen. The council has already made that decision as part of the DSAP, Diridon Station Area Plan approval, and the Downtown West approval. So that's not before you tonight, but it was part of our scope of work. So in that 300 and, I think, did I say 14 acres? In that 300 plus acres, we estimate there's approximately capacity for about 5,500 jobs on the remaining developable lands in North Coyote Valley. Now we want to acknowledge that, you know, if that land were to, if industrial development were to occur, it probably would be built in that on much of that land. Nevertheless, we see that there would be limited overall and fiscal implications for San Jose because we believe, and our analysis has shown, that we can accommodate jobs elsewhere in more infill locations in San Jose. I just want to acknowledge, though, it is critical that the city continue to preserve remaining industrial employment lands within the urban fabric of the city. So our recommendation does include action items to explore whether there are portions of North San Jose, Oakland Road, and other areas that are currently designated industrial park or combined industrial commercial, where the land should be reserved really for truly industrial uses and not more high-tech uses that can pay much higher rents and could push out the more industrial type of uses. So getting on to the task force and staff and task force recommendation. So first we want to start with a new vision for Coyote, which lays the framework for all the recommendations that come after tonight. So long-term vision, vision for Coyote Valley is that Coyote Valley is a unique asset to San Jose and should be preserved as a resource that furthers the city's goals of environmental sustainability, enhancing open space, supporting agriculture in the non-urban areas of the city, and protecting critical linkages for wildlife movement. So that's a statement that would go in, is proposed to go in the general plan. The other big recommendation is to remove North Coyote Valley as an employment lands growth area, changing the land use designations of the properties in North Coyote that were purchased by the city post and OSA from industrial park to open space, parkland, and habitat. Change the remaining properties in North Coyote Valley from industrial park to agriculture with the following exceptions. Gavilan College is proposed to become public, quasi-public, and IBM and the Metcalf Energy Center are proposed to be retained as industrial park land. In addition, we're recommending rezoning properties as needed to align the zoning with the appropriate general plan land use designation as required by state law SB 1333. So here's a diagram of the proposed land use changes. The dark green land is the land that was purchased by the city post and OSA that's proposed to be open space. The lighter green area is land that's proposed to be changed to agriculture. Does this thing have a pointer? No. Darn. And then you can see IBM and Metcalf. I'm going to next talk about Mid-Coyote, but I'll just jump to the chase here. So Mid-Coyote is that area where the word Santa Teresa is, south of that little red line, which is the urban service area boundary. That area is proposed to be changed from urban reserve to agriculture on that whole area that you can see in light green. The one exception, there is an exception which I'm going to get to in a little bit later regarding the east side of Monterey Highway, which would allow for some more flexibility. I should mention there are some other areas. We're also proposing to designate the Coyote a hamlet or village, which has been there for over 150 years or so, to combine industrial commercial. Again, we're proposing to align the city's properties that are within the city that have a zoning. We propose to rezone them to align with the land use designation. We're also proposing a new general plan Coyote Valley agricultural overlay that increases the minimum lot size from 20 acres to 40 acres on certain properties with an existing or proposed agricultural land use designation that are in North, Mid, and South Coyote Valley and inside the city's jurisdictional boundary. And the policy would apply also to properties outside of the jurisdictional boundary, but it would just be a policy, not an ordinance change. We also proposing within the portion of Mid-Coyote that is east of Monterey Highway and currently designated urban reserve to continue to allow private recreation uses that are rural in character and are compatible with the Coyote Creek chain. That's allowed now. We're not proposing to change that. There are a number of actions associated with this recommendation. One is to move the urban service area boundary north as soon as possible, consistent with the land use changes that council make, recognizing that the properties that would be industrial park and PQP would stay within that boundary. This is not something that could happen, could be considered tonight. It needs to go through a LAFCO process. The other action I already mentioned, which is exploring creating an overlay that would restrict office buildings as an allowable use in certain industrial park and or combined industrial commercial designated areas, or redesignate some areas from IP or CIC to light industrial to preserve and support existing industrial businesses. Action 12 we recommend is explore creating an industrial overlay allowing for new office construction only if the office building includes manufacturing or logistics space. This is a model that has been successfully done in San Francisco, which Chris is very familiar with. Some additional action items that we recommend you direct staff to do are continue to explore the establishment of a climate resilience credit program to support further conservation actions in Coyote Valley and facilitate development in urbanized areas of San Jose. This would be, we recommend be applicable all three portions of Coyote Valley. It could generate money for purchasing more land, preserving public land that's already been purchased, and also provide a way to buy scenic or open space easements from property owners that are willing to keep their land in agriculture or other open space uses, acknowledging the climate sequestration that those properties would provide to the region. And the other recommendation we have is direct staff to study and make revisions to the general plan and zoning ordinance to allow compatible commercial supportive uses in Coyote Valley, consistent really with the county's zoning ordinance, which has more flexibility than our zoning district. And finally, to recommend that we explore the establishment of a farmland security zone in Coyote, which would give property owners additional property tax benefits for preserving their land. And then there's two recommendations I really want to highlight tonight. And I've mentioned them a little bit before, but I want to highlight them because there's some confusion about these recommendations. And they are in regards to the Monterey Corridor, on the east side of Monterey Corridor. So we have two additional recommendations. The first is the area on Monterey Highway that is currently in the urban reserve. And as I mentioned before, this area currently allows private recreation uses, and we want those allowances we're proposing that those allowances shall be continued. Again, the uses would be rural in character and compatible with the Coyote Creek Park chain. We're proposing a PD zoning to rezone this area consistent with this new general plan, not new general plan direction, this existing general plan allowance. And we have to do that per state law that requires that you rezone consistent with general plan. And the zoning would define the uses that are allowed. The other recommendation is regarding the area east of Monterey Highway and Mid, North, and South Coyote. So as you see, it's the whole corridor, not just that orange piece in the urban reserve. This recommendation really came from hearing from the property owners out there that Monterey Highway is a different entity. It has a mix of uses, many different parcel sizes. It has good highway visibility and highway frontage. It historically had all kinds of uses out there serving travelers that travel down Monterey Highway when this was US 101 into the Bay Area and San Jose. So we hear that. We're recommending that council direct us to conduct a Monterey Corridor Road study, include multiple stakeholders, including the property owners in that process, analyze existing conditions, and then evaluate what non-residential uses would be appropriate. The recommendations come out of this we're anticipating would result in or inform general plan and zoning code amendments that we would bring back to council for the council's consideration on additional uses that could be allowed in this area. I should mention, let me go back. I should mention that the PD zoning that we talked about here is really would just be a placeholder until this work is done, and I anticipate we'd come back and probably do changes on the whole corridor. Okay, so just some ideas about things that could be considered or might make sense. Not limited to this, of course, but we really see an opportunity to promote nature and agricultural-based tourism. So uses to explore could include commercial retail businesses associated with agriculture and recreation. Restaurants, tasting rooms, lodging type uses could be, bed and breakfast or small hotels that are associated with, nature and ag type uses, event spaces, and other private recreation uses that have not been thought of to date or are not currently allowed. So I just want to note that we did take this item to Planning Commission, of course, and Planning Commission's recommendation was that City Council denies staff recommendation for Coyote Valley, all of the recommendation. Their primary concern was the loss of value on property owners' land, with council approving the recommended changes. Some commissioners thought the city or someone should provide compensation to these property owners. And other comments included a desire to retain employment lands in North Coyote, skepticism that agriculture was still viable, and questions about access to and the cost of water for agriculture. This is our staff recommendation, but first I want to call up David Keon, who's zooming in remotely, who's going to respond to some of the comments on CEQA. David?
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. David Keon, Principal Planner for the City's Environmental Review Division. So I just want to really briefly go over first the fact that there was an initial study addendum prepared to the General Plan Environmental Impact Report and Supplemental Environmental Impact Report for all the General Plan for Review projects that are, so this is a very long list of projects, as you see. So the Coyote Valley was included as part of the broader list of projects that are part of the totality of the General Plan for Review. An initial study addendum was prepared, and in that analysis, we posted that for public review on October 15th. And an addendum was determined appropriate because there would be no new significant impacts, and there would be no increase in the severity of previously identified impacts in the general plan EIRs, and also that there would not constitute a substantial change in the description of the EIR for the general plan EIR project description. I did want to very briefly touch on a letter that was submitted as part of the public record from Manette, Phelps, and Phillips dated November 11th. This letter is basically stating that the environmental review for the general plan for review in the whole is inadequate, and I want to respond to some of these claims that they make. The first comment is that the project description is not adequate for the level of environmental analysis performed. And I want to respond that in an effort to provide the public and decision makers with a complete description of the results of the totality of all the general plan for review items, the project description summarizes recommendations that are made by both the Envision San Jose 2040 task force and city staff. So there are items on the project description that actually state both what the task force recommendation is and what city staff recommendation is. Some of these recommendations are also, are for actions that will be taken as part of the for review. These are items that will be implemented immediately, but they also include action items that are for the council would give direction to the city to explore at a future date. These do not need to be evaluated for the purposes of CEQA because we do not have enough detail at this time to be able to do adequate environmental analysis, but they would be required to do that analysis at the time of the project that then any of those action items do become to come forward and are brought to council for approval. There is no approval of these action items that are recommended for future. Actually, I should say future action items that are recommended for future study. This is not unusual. The general plan includes multiple action items for future work that we have taken and done subsequent environmental review on. There's another issue that has been raised in this letter, is that the city does not analyze the potential impacts of the proposed action items that would constitute piecemealing. As stated, this is not piecemealing because these action items are to pursue the study and would not be constitute piecemealing. In terms of one of the items of concern that was addressed is that the action item to study the implementation of an industrial overlay policy that is not properly evaluated. This policy, if the council does decide to implement, would require additional analysis. This is a recommendation to study and is not actually part of the approval at this time. Some of the concerns raised also related to air quality and noise, particularly of focusing more development instead of in Coyote Valley in the rest of the city of San Jose. As described in the addendum, the project would result in a net reduction of criteria air pollutants other than particulate matter PM10, which is projected to slightly increase, but not of a significant amount. Changes to the air quality along the roadways and roadway noise from the shifting of development out of Coyote Valley into growth areas in downtown, and particularly in the Dearden Station area plan, that has already been evaluated and disclosed as part of the environmental review for the Downtown West and for the DSAP amendment project that was approved by the council in May. In addition, other changes proposed in the forward review that have been evaluated in the initial study addendum would include the increase in traffic volumes along certain roadway segments in the city. The project would not result in a doubling of trips on any of these roadway segments. In order to be considered significant, you would have to have a doubling of roadway traffic in order to result in a significant increase in traffic noise. And this would not occur from the other, any of the other proposed action items of the general plan for your review. And one item that was raised is that the addendum does not provide evidence that agriculture uses or properties in Coyote Valley are economically feasible. First of all, CEQA does not consider the economic impacts of projects. As a result, the addendum does not need to disclose these as part of the CEQA analysis. Two, in terms of some concerns that were raised, and this also goes back to letters submitted prior to the Planning Commission, the properties that are proposed to be designated as agriculture are already used for agriculture uses, and therefore that is part of the baseline condition. And essentially for CEQA, this means that there is no need to evaluate the impact of maintaining property within the existing conditions. So this would not result in any new significant impacts beyond what is already currently out there. And the other issue that I wanted to just touch on was one of the items brought up in the letter was that the city did not properly evaluate the switch from the vehicle miles traveled tier 2 into the vehicle miles traveled tier 2 policy. This is a future action item coming on the 11/30. That is actually a policy and action item that is included already in the original general plan and in the original general plan EIR and supplemental EIR. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll give it back to Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So our staff recommendation is up there on the wall. I'm not going to read it all, but it's to approve all of the resolutions and all the recommendations that we've presented tonight, as well as adopt a resolution on the CEQA as well. So that concludes staff's presentation. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks to you and the team for your hard work, not just on this issue, but on the whole general plan review. It's an enormous body of work. I want to thank the General Plan Task Force, our co-chairs, David Pandori and Teresa Alvarado, and all the community volunteers who spent so much time with us on this process and got us to this point. Also want to thank the hundreds of community members who came out to participate in that process and in this particular one. I'll go into a longer list of thank yous shortly, but I really want to make sure we get to public comment with a big apology to the many members of the committee who came to speak. We've got, looks like more than 200 folks on Zoom at one count, and at least a couple dozen here who likely would like to speak. So I'm going to restrict public comment to 1 minute so we can ensure we can hear from everybody as much as possible before folks need to go home and take care of kids and get them to bed. So why don't we go to public comment first for those who are here, and then we'll go onto the Zoom, and then we're going to take a break at about 6:15 or so to get some dinner, and then we'll resume public comment. Thank you, Tony.
Sean Hugh. I'm going to call 3 or 4 names. So as soon as you hear your name, come down to the center aisle. First person to come up, go straight to the microphone. So in no particular order. Sean Hugh, Mark Luthman, Andrea McKenzie, and Deborah Hogue.
Hi, folks, Honorable Mayor and wonderful City Council folks. I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak. I represent the owner of Coyote Creek Golf Club, and through COVID, folks in San Jose and around the country discovered the benefit of outdoors. They realized it's a good, healthy sport, and golf saw a little bit of a boom. We were struggling for quite a while, and golf is a very vulnerable business. It's not easy to sustain it as a business operation, and Mark Luthman is managing the golf operations at Coyote Creek Golf Club. He can speak a little bit more to it. And on time's limit, I just want to say that we're one of the larger employers in Coyote Valley, and we hear golfers wanted to have the stay and play option, and we have weddings, and wedding folks wanted to be able to stay around there, to do their wedding.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Mark Luthman. I'm the president of Touchstone Golf. As Sean mentioned, we're the management company that oversees Coyote Creek, and it's a pleasure to be before you today. As you're considering this plan, I would encourage you to look at incorporating the lodging and other recreation type uses that Michael laid out in his presentation. In addition to providing more jobs for folks in the community, it will also allow visitors the chance to experience the beauty that Coyote Creek really is. As Sean noted, the golf industry and Coyote Creek has experienced increased interest during the pandemic, but who knows how long that'll last. And a stable future for Coyote Creek, incorporating some level of a lodging or other recreation component, is important to preserve its standing as really valued and beautiful open space in the valley. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm in District 6. Why I care about Coyote Valley. My family came to California before 1855 and settled in Gilroy. I grew up in East San Jose on King and McKee. I bike and hike in Coyote Valley. The valley was a very important part of my mental health during the shutdown. I volunteer and donate to the Silicon Valley Wildlife. The egret picture is why Coyote Valley should be preserved. The picture was taken January 3rd, 2017 in the Coyote Valley area. I am especially interested in documenting the beauty of the land and both of the farming and the wildlife that would be saved by stopping the disastrous giant warehouse proposal. I have other pictures of Coyote Valley. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, next speaker, and while she comes up to the mic, I have Janet Costa Hebert, Paul Hebert, Gella Russell, Steve Godwin, and Bree Haskell. Come make your way down and go ahead.
Good evening, Andrea McKenzie, Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. Before you is a critical policy decision that advances climate resilience for San Jose residents by protecting the city's last large natural and working landscape. San Jose has set a bold path for climate action by investing $46 million of voter-approved funds to preserve close to 1,000 acres in North Coyote Valley, included natural and working lands in climate-smart San Jose, and passed a resolution to be carbon neutral by 2030. These actions have leveraged $150 million of state, regional, local, and private funding and increased protected lands to over 1,400 acres. Coyote Valley is now recognized as a landscape of statewide significance and a model for nature-based solutions to climate change. We strongly support the set of policy recommendations before you to preserve Coyote Valley for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sheila Russell. I've been a resident in North Coyote Valley since 1985. I've been appalled and shocked by the recent vote of the Planning Commission, which tacitly approves industrial complexes for the valley. After the overwhelming 70% vote for Measure T, I thought the citizens of San Jose had sent their message and that they wanted North Coyote Valley and its critical habitat and watershed preserved for future generations. When you cut me off, my husband's going to finish this, by the way. When one walks up the path of Coyote Valley Preserve and looks over the entire valley from Morgan Hill to San Jose, one sees a pastoral patchwork that is indeed beautiful. It allows for reasonably sheltered and safe passage for wildlife. If you have not been on that walk, I would recommend highly that you do so. I encourage you to visit, see it for yourself. If built, huge warehouse complexes would blight that view forever, and there'd be no way to camouflage it. Its gigantic footprint in the middle of it all, the diesel pollution, the sound pollution, and light pollution, along with continuous semi-trucks in a corridor already backed up daily with commuters.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Steve Godwin, and I'm the husband of the lady who just spoke, and she told me what to say. What I would like to say is that one of the consistent things I've seen in my 40 years living down there is the underestimation of infrastructure in that area. Right now, we're suffering tremendous car jams because Highway 101 is blocking, and so they're taking Santa Teresa Boulevard. If you put in any kind of a structure in that area, you're going to have a tremendous traffic problem everywhere from 101 to Monterey Road and on. So I hope in your planning, and I haven't seen that here, is that you're really looking at the impact to infrastructure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bree Haskell, and I am speaking on behalf of my 10-year-old son who begged me to attend tonight. On behalf of my fifth-generation 10-year-old son, Sawyer, he begged me to ask you to please protect this valley, his valley. These 314 acres that we are speaking of are already in the middle of the preserved Coyote Valley that already is the agricultural, recreational playground of thousands of San Jose kids and families. It is known and it is already branded to these children. They love it. It is their valley. It is their space to step off of a concrete jungle and get into the very earth and climate that we claim we are trying to teach the next generation to preserve. I beg of you, on behalf of these thousands and thousands of families and students that already use this very lot of 314 acres as their playground, to preserve it, to honor it. And I ask that if you have not gone over the pass, the Bailey overpass, that you do.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, I have Sylvia Carroll and Norm Matthew.
My name is Janet Costa Hebert. I love open space and I love farmlands. In 1910, my grandfather bought property in Coyote Valley and farmed it. My father farmed it. I grew up in Coyote Valley. But as all the landowners know, farming is no longer economically viable there. Recently, 2 studies were done by different agriculture experts from UC Davis, coming to the same conclusion. Saying that you want to preserve farmland sounds good and noble, but it doesn't make sense, especially to the landowners who are subsidizing it. So many people have an opinion about what should happen to the land in Coyote, land that belongs to other people. I understand about making choices for the greater good, and I understand the freedom of owning personal property. If the masses feel strongly about how land should be used, then buy it, and buy it for a fair price.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I have Susan Butler Graham as well. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Paul Hebert, Janet's husband, and I'm going to echo some of the things that she said. I believe that, oh, and my speaking points just hid from me. The zoning of Coyote for agriculture amounts to planning for its failure. And the people who do own the land have a right to something a little different than that. My points all went away. It's funny what happens up here. I do think that the Planning Commission has gotten a kind of a bum rap on the decision that they made last week. The characterization of that as voting for a warehouse instead of wildlife, I think, is very misleading. They were presented with information that led to a reasonable doubt about the viability of agriculture, and what I heard them say is they wanted the people who want an agricultural overlay to defend that as truly economically viable. And that, I think, should be done before any decision is made to force it into agriculture. Thank you.
Okay, I'd also like Roger Costa and Chris Marches to make their way down. Go ahead.
I'm Sylvia Carroll. I think we should preserve Coyote Valley. I think we should say no to an Amazon warehouse. If we want to promote business, we should be promoting local in-person shopping, not the mail order stuff. Amazon is already rich enough, don't you think? And the employees that would be working there will not be paid very much, and where will they live? Maybe they'll become homeless on our streets. Let's save Coyote Valley.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members, staff, and Mayor Liccardo. I'm Susan Butler Graham, San Jose mother, grandmother, and volunteer with Mothers Out Front. I served on the General Plan Task Force, which voted last year to protect North Coyote Valley from industrial development and protect all of Coyote Valley. And our Mothers Out Front team has been working for several years to protect Coyote Valley. Preservation of Coyote Valley is essential for San Jose to meet its greenhouse gas reduction targets and give us a chance to meet the ambitious and necessary 2030 resolution you approved so courageously last week. They also absorb floodwaters along Coyote Creek and throughout the floodplain, preventing flooding that would have been worse in 2017. And those waters percolate into the underground aquifer instead of running off down into the bay. We need that water. We need to lessen the urban heat island effect. This is prime farmland. The small farmers in the valley have year-to-year leases that prevent a lot of investment in ag supportive infrastructures.
Thank you. Next speaker, Brian Schmidt and Ken Sasso. Please make your way down. Go ahead.
Mattioni. After having sent several correspondences over the last 2 weeks, I'm pleased to personally appear before you on behalf of property owners along the Monterey Corridor. I'm here to emphasize that the corridor is the fourth distinct area of Coyote Valley. It's not just north, mid, and south, but the corridor for all the reasons that are now set forward in the mayor's memorandum of last Friday and what staff is recognizing as the need for a study. So I will just make a comment on the proposed placeholder of the PD zoning. It needs further study, obviously. As a placeholder, it's a suggestion on how you might proceed. But the uses are too limited. The 50% maintaining in private open space is really an exaction of public open space maintained by the owners. And the compatibility to the Coyote Park chain must be considered from the perspective that these properties have already had land taken for that, and they're willing to comply fully with the city's wide riparian corridor policy.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, I also have Moria Merriweather. So I have called all the names of cards that I have for people in person.
My name is Roger Costa, and I come from a farming family who have owned land in the Coyote Valley for over a century. And despite its history, agriculture in Coyote at this time is no longer economically viable. My family and others have presented information explaining this reality to city and county planners and city and county decision makers. I believe you all realize this fact, but won't acknowledge it publicly for fear of offending open space and environmental interests and their votes. If you make zoning decisions for Coyote Valley, which limit land use only to open space and agricultural uses, you will be engaging in a form of inverse condemnation, devaluing our land. Please stop the charade. If the greater city and county communities want Coyote Valley to not be developed, please take the land via eminent domain, where the taxpayers across all the served community area funds the cost of this, and you don't shift the costs simply onto the backs of the few private property owners.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. My name is Chris Marchese. My family owns the largest piece of property along the Monterey Corridor in South Coyote Valley. Historically, it has been used as a cherry orchard, but unfortunately, the halcyon days of commercial agriculture in Coyote Valley is on its way out. I can attest to that. I've been an actual farmer for 50 years. No one ever asked me if it worked. With that said, I'd like to thank the mayor and the co-signers of his memorandum, because what he is proposing is a good start, but is only a start. All any of the landowners along the corridor want is to be treated fairly and equitably. There are many possibilities for compatible opportunities along that. That's the southern gateway to San Jose. So we appreciate that you know the difference and recognize the difference of the greater Coyote Valley and the corridor.
Thank you. Next speaker, Karen Stevenson. You can also make your way down.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt from Green Foothills, speaking in support of the recommendations from staff, the General Plan Task Force, and the memo from the mayor and council members. These recommendations protect Coyote Valley from further sprawl development. The council has made some tremendously important decisions lately. Just last week, you set the goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030, the largest U.S. city to make that commitment. As I heard Councilmember Foley describe it, your unanimous vote to be carbon neutral would be a meaningless vote unless you also voted to protect Coyote Valley from greenhouse gas emitting sprawl. Protecting Coyote Valley means even more than that, though. It includes protecting wildlife, protecting nearby productive farmland, and as a letter submitted from Valley Water today demonstrates, it protects our crucial water resources. This vote is historic. It is also not over. There's more work to be done as described in the recommendations. We hope the staff and council continue to work for the best protection of habitat, farmland, and climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ken Sasso. Now we have a promise of a special study to allow sensible uses compatible with the Monterey Road corridor and uses already that exist on our property. We respect the city-wide riparian setback for Coyote Creek. We lost 20% of our land in the 70s for the purpose of a parkway. We don't agree with losing 50% of our land to open space. That's unreasonable. We are thankful that you recognize the uniqueness of the East Side and are thankful for another promise to direct staff for a study of a PD zoning with the heavy involvement of the landowners in the process. Let's do it right and let's keep the promise. I personally will offer to tour all the properties involved to anyone who will be connected with the study. My family's been in the Coyote Valley since 1927. We own 3 small parcels on the East Side Corridor, the gateway to San Jose. We've been annexed and zoned since 1958. I have been involved in all the major studies in the valley since 1974. We have been living with promises from the city all these years.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council members and staff. I am Moria Merriweather. I'm here with Mothers Out Front. It's good to be here tonight. I'm disturbed to hear the recommendation from the Planning Commission. I strongly urge you to protect Coyote Valley. Land is so important. This land is critical in its proximity to San Jose. We have the need to maintain open land all over the world, especially near developed areas like ours, especially here where we are next to an intensely developed city. We need it for climate stabilization, we need it for agriculture, we need it for wildlife, we need it for water. We need it to express our value for land and for agriculture. Please protect this land. This land is prime farmland. Local farms improve local food security and provide a strong agricultural economy with good local jobs, much more than a warehouse would. Agriculture is very much alive in Coyote Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Karen Stevenson. In 2018, Climate Smart San Jose was adopted. Protecting Coyote Valley from future development is a perfect way to move closer to obtaining the goals of cutting down on air pollution, protecting our water, and protecting our open space. I urge you to follow the recommendations that were of the Coyote Valley General Plan and protect Coyote Valley from further development, particularly of Amazon-type style of warehouses, which would increase pollution and impact our roads and our quality of life. We need to keep San Jose sustainable, and Coyote Valley is a critical part of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's our last in-person speaker. It's 6 o'clock. Did you want to break for dinner now or move on to the Zoom speakers?
Well, we've got about 63 people waiting to speak,
Yes.
so why don't we see if we can take a few of them and we'll break at 6:15.
Okay. Alice Kaufman, followed by Carolyn Straub.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Alice Kaufman. I'm the Legislative Advocacy Director for Green Foothills. We urge you to approve the staff recommendations and the memo from the mayor and council members Jimenez, Perales, Cohen, and Foley. With regard to the study of future expanded uses along Monterey Road, we ask that you please specify that any such study must also address the problem of wildlife connectivity. As you've heard from many other speakers, Coyote Valley is incredibly important for wildlife to be able to migrate between the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Diablo Range. However, Monterey Road is currently the biggest barrier to wildlife movement in Coyote Valley. More animals are hit and killed on Monterey Road than on all the other roadways in Coyote Valley combined, including Highway 101. The Envision 2040 General Plan has 2 actions specifically calling for this problem to be addressed. We're simply asking for those action items to be acted upon. This would follow upon Councilmember Jimenez's actions for wildlife signage in 2018. Now is the time to build on those.
Carolyn Straub, followed by Karen.
Hi, Carolyn Straub from District 7, and I have a brief speech. I support strongly keeping Coyote Valley preserved. I do wish that those who want a fair price for their land would understand that when the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority and Peninsula Open Space Trust offer you a few $1,000,000 for your land, that is good enough. You don't need 20 million or whatever you're looking for. I have no idea, but there are lots of people who would crowd to Coyote Valley if it were preserved. Witness Mount Amanum's crowds to get in 2017 when it opened up, and the Coyote Valley Open Space Preserve. People are there, pandemic or not. So please save the valley. Thank you.
Karen, followed by Charles, who is in person, and I can't read. So Karen on Zoom, followed by Charles in person.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Karen Rosenberg with Greenbelt Alliance. Tonight, we urge you to take decisive climate action by implementing the recommendation from the General Plan Task Force by supporting the staff recommendations. First of all, thank you to staff for your tremendous work throughout this process. As an effort years in the making, protecting Coyote Valley will be nothing less than a historic moment for San Jose and our communities that will benefit from the protection of Coyote Valley. As we've seen smoke, heat waves, floods, and other climate hazards intensifying in the last few years, it has never been clear that these hazards must be planned around. And again, the ecological, agricultural, and climate resilience value of Coyote Valley, particularly as a floodplain and water resource, cannot be overstated. With the support of both the City Council and San Jose residents, the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority and Peninsula Open Space Trust have already acquired and conserved thousands of acres in Coyote Valley since 2019. With their stewardship, San Joseans will continue to reap the benefits of thriving, biodiverse, natural, and working lands. Tonight, by supporting the staff recommendations, you are contributing to a more resilient, more climate-smart Bay Area for generations.
Okay, Charles, followed by Michael. I can't pronounce your last name.
We're going out of order. Charles is going.
Okay, that's fine.
Hi, my name is Mike Spergola. My family and another family, the patriarchs of our 2 families, bought our property located in North Coyote Valley 43 years ago. It's never been farmed in that period of time. When they purchased it, it was across the street from IBM. Now it's across the street from IBM, and it's adjacent to Gavilan College. All 3 properties on Bailey Avenue, a heavily trafficked east-west artery through the middle of the valley. You know, our fathers, the patriarchs of our families, bought the property bought it for investment. I know speculation is kind of a dirty word. I see it up on the screen, you know, but it's hard for me to imagine my dad and his partner, you know, they weren't flippers. They weren't speculators in the manner I think of that term.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, we have time restrictions on everybody in the public. We have many people who want to speak today. Welcome, Chuck.
Okay, so I have the speaker following Charles will be Steve McHenry.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and planning staff, I'd like to say my name is Chuck Tenniscutter, and I would like to say first that I really do appreciate the work that you've done to put this program together to keep Coyote Valley as an open area south of our great city. I just wanted to follow with what Mike just said, and that is this property that they have right across from the lab, the IBM lab, right next to the Gavilan College. They would like to just to be able to do something that'd even be less intrusive than is next door to them right now with this property, or have someone buy it from them at a reasonable price for all the years, the 43 years that they've had it. So anyway, I just wanted to support that particular effort, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, Steve McHenry, followed by Sam Thorpe.
Hi, my name is Steve McHenry. I live off Monterey Road in District 7. We moved to San Jose in '97 at the height of the first dot-com boom. We came from Alaska, and you can imagine the shock. I was afraid we were coming down to a place like Los Angeles, and how glad we were to find out that was not the case. As residents of the southern part of the city, we often drive down Monterey Road, and we always appreciated the open space and farmland of Coyote Valley. Development of that valley has been an issue that we have followed and fought as long as we've been here, including the Cisco project. We attended previous planning meetings when the long-range goals were discussed. I'm not opposed to this project, but it's the wrong location. I think there are other locations that would provide the infrastructure and easy highway access this would need. City staff, our experts, I urge council to accept staff recommendations. We need the green spaces, wildlife corridors. We need carbon sequestration, groundwater protection. We need Coyote Valley. Thank you.
Sam Thorpe, followed by Deb Kramer.
Mayor Liccardo and City Council, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sam Thorpe. I'm a farmer and business owner of Spade and Plow Organics and a board member of the Loma Prieta RCD. As a Santa Clara County resident and farmer, I support the staff recommendations. My company, Spade and Plow Organics, and several other farmers throughout Santa Clara Valley have proven that farming in Santa Clara County is not only viable, but thriving. Over just the last couple of years, my farm has doubled the size of our team, added on hundreds of new customers, and quadrupled our growing acres. And our number one hurdle continues to be land access and land security. Taking actions recommended by the staff will ensure that Santa Clara County continues to preserve its rich agricultural legacy, its diverse ecosystem, its diverse economy, and that farmers like me can continue to support and feed our community. Thank you for your time, and please adapt the staff recommendations for Coyote Valley.
Deb Kramer, followed by Catherine Hedges.
Hi, Mayor and Council members. My name is Deb Kramer. I'm the Executive Director for Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of the general plan amendment to rezone properties in Coyote Valley to open space and agricultural lands. The flood in 2017 could have been worse if Coyote Valley hadn't been as open. As a result of the flood, 14,000 people were displaced, and many were low-income residents and renters who lost much. This equity issue opened up the opportunity to reduce flooding by continuing to keep land open to flooding upstream, the best place to keep urban areas from flooding. Also, the council voted on the November 3rd, to be carbon neutral by 2030, which is a very bold move. Carbon sequestration that nature provides via farming and open space cannot be overlooked. The discussion around natural and working lands emphasizes this commitment. Pay plan does not meet this goal. Please vote to rezone the land. Thank you.
Catherine Hedges, followed by Peter Rothschild.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and planning staff. I agree with everything the previous speaker just said. That's what I've been thinking as I listen to other speakers. Coyote Valley is too valuable as open space to use it for warehouses, plus all the freeway problems. And I'm sorry if some landowners are disappointed that they, well, the buyer for their land is going to be Post instead of Amazon, but that's the way it is with investments. Things change. What about all the property that was damaged in the flood? We're going to have more people losing value in a subsequent flood if Coyote Valley is built up. So I hope you can follow the staff recommendations. Thank you very much. I strongly urge you to follow the recommendations.
Peter Rothschild, followed by Neil Sharma.
Honorable Mayor, Council, my name is Peter Rothschild. I've been a commercial real estate broker for over 50 years. I've been involved with the Foster Benson property for approximately 20 years, and I'm part of the brokerage team representing the Lester Foster Benson 126-acre assemblage. As far back as I can remember, the City Council has designated these properties development land. The properties are designated IP in the 2040 General Plan, are now in escrow. Development approval is controlled by the city. The assemblage is totally isolated from the former Sobrato Brandenburg properties. It fronts on Santa Teresa Boulevard on the west, Bailey Avenue on the north, mainline rail on the east. It is not in the floodplain. It is not affected by animal corridors, has utilities to the property line, and has direct access to the Bailey 101 interchange. Ag zoning in North Coyote Valley is not economically viable, even according to the mayor. I urge you to keep the present designated zoning on this prime assemblage. IP zoning allows for a diversified workforce, not just.
Neil Sharma, followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Hello, this is Neil Sharma, Wildlife Program Manager for Post. I'd like to highlight that past studies and one that's currently underway have documented a wide variety of wildlife in Coyote Valley, including roadkill on Bailey, Santa Teresa, and Monterey Road, which speaks to their past and continued presence. In 2018, we had multiple camera detections of mountain lion, which is currently a candidate for listing due to habitat fragmentation and subsequent inbreeding. And Coyote Valley is a lifeline for them. If continued development leads to their local extinction, we can expect a cascade of negative effects to the health of the ecosystem. Coyote Valley in its current state really is the minimum size for what's needed as a viable connection for wildlife. Part of this is in considering negative edge effects, light, noise, other human activity that can affect habitat quality, and of course traffic. We can fully expect that increased traffic would increase wildlife mortality in this sensitive area for wildlife. Thank you.
Shawnee Kleinhaus, followed by Sabella Kraus.
Good evening. I had a slide. I don't know if it can be shown.
Yes, we're going to show the slide and I'll time you off camera.
So let me know when to start.
I'm waiting for my technical person to have it ready.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Shawnee Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Audubon has been advocating for the preservation of Coyote Valley for over 30 years, and we're supportive of staff recommendations and the memo by the mayor and council members. In the slide, you can see where the birds are in the United States, and you can see the concentrations on the coasts. Most of the birds that have been found, species, is 249. Coyote Valley, 200 birds species have been recorded there. So you can imagine how important that is. It's not insignificant to the birders and to the community. So birds and wildlife-oriented development can bring prosperity, and you should give it a chance. I think that when you develop the study for development east of Monterey Road, close to the river, consider setbacks, consider lighting, edge effects, and other impacts, and definitely.
Isabella Kraus, followed by Peter Benson. We're at 6:15, so Peter Benson will be our last speaker. Not forever, just for the break.
Local
Sorry.
serving.
Okay, go ahead, Sabella.
Thank you. Local serving diversified regenerative agriculture is the future for resilient regions and is economically viable for the Coyote Valley. Ask the managers of nearby farmers markets where there's growing demand for specialty and ethnic products. Ask South Bay wholesalers whose institutional and food service customers clamor for locally and sustainably grown food. Ask limited resource farmers who need access to good farmland near markets. Ask diversified organic farms, which gross over $12,000 an acre and renowned for public education and mentoring interns who become new farmers. But most importantly, ask the citizens of San Jose. Their votes on conservation measures and their visits to the Spina Pumpkin Farm make clear they want beautiful, productive farmland nearby where they can bring their kids and where they know the farmers will take good care of the soil, water, and biodiversity of this extraordinary valley. Thank you.
Peter Benson.
Good evening. My name is Peter Benson. Our family has owned property in North County Valley for over 50 years. Several members of the task force and a majority of the Planning Commission did not support the recommendation to downgrade our properties from industrial to agricultural. Among the comments, lack of fairness and outreach, questions regarding viability of ag, and compromising of our property rights. I'm requesting that council defer the recommendation to downgrade our land use designation and consider the realities and benefits related to our planned development. Our properties are not in the floodplain, have utilities and infrastructure in place, and are in contract with a developer who has a ready and willing user. And while we respect the vision some people have for open space, we don't respect the unrepeated untruths, misrepresentations when advocating for their cause, uninformed claims regarding viability of agriculture, and the ultimate taking of our land. Please consider fairness, facts, and realities related to our properties in North Coyote Valley. Thank you for your time.
Okay, 6:17.
Okay, we're going to take a brief break for dinner with apologies to the many members of the community who've been waiting. We've been at this all day, so we need a break. We're going to be at this quite a bit tonight as well. So thank you for your patience. We're going to come back at 6:45. So we'll eat quickly and then get back to work. Thank you, everyone.